It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, new signs. This morning, a look at the video that appears to show power lines sparking some of those fires in Hawaii.
It's windy and then there's a flash.
Raising new questions about the disaster and the response as new stories emerge of neighbors helping neighbors. We're live with the latest. Then back to school on a budget. We are bringing you ways to cut costs, including making the most of those tax-free holidays and a surprising way you can snag some school supplies for free. Vicky Nguyen has details. And Britney's breakup. Britney Spears and her husband separating after 1 year of marriage. We've got the latest in Pop Start as the singer takes to Instagram for the first time since the news broke. Today, Thursday, August 17th, 2023.
We're visiting today from Tupelo, Mississippi, O'Fallon, Missouri, Sharon, Massachusetts, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Horseshoe Bay, Texas. 3 generations on a girls' trip
From Eagan, Minnesota.
from West Plains, Missouri, celebrating my sweet 16.
Hi to my dad.
Watching in Charleston, South Carolina,
I love you.
celebrating 5 decades of friendship from Indianapolis.
From Pineville, Louisiana.
Today's Secretary Stephanie.
Say it again.
Welcome back. Welcome back on this Thursday. Back to school season, of course, can be pretty expensive for a lot of families, but good news, never too late to save.
Never too late. And to help that some states are rolling out tax-free holidays. A lot of people are wondering, like, what is that? Well, here with that and more ways to save, we've got of course, our Vicky Nguyen with us. So Vicky, tax-free holidays, tell me about these.
Good morning. I know
Morning.
a lot of people don't know that they exist in their state. It's very simple. You don't have to do anything. If you buy designated items during your state's tax-free holiday, then they just don't charge you a state tax. It's happening in 17 states across the country with regards to school supplies specifically. Right now, some of those dates have passed, but there are still 6 states where it's happening either this month or next month. Let's show you them right now.
Okay.
It's Connecticut, Florida, Maryland, Mississippi, New Jersey, and Tennessee. You can save anywhere from 4 to 8%, and that is significant if you think about it. The National Retail Federation did a survey of families this year and found on average they expect to spend $890 on school supplies. That's a new record, up $20 from last year. One catch is that sometimes, it's rare, but your city or your county could still charge you taxes, but still, shopping during your state's tax-free holiday will save you a ton of money. On today.com, we've got that map for you and a whole list of states.
Do you have to say something, or does it automatically happen?
It automatically happens.
So if you decide you do want to do some back-to-school shopping during one of these tax-free holidays, what can you buy? You can't just buy anything, can you?
Not everything, but most school supplies are covered. That's the whole point of these holidays, right? So we're talking books, clothes, backpacks, those things that are expensive. In Maryland and Connecticut, for example, it'll be clothing per item up to $100, but that is per item. So let's say you have to buy a $60 pair of shoes and like a $50 pair of jeans. It adds up to more than $100, but because each item is under $100, each item will be exempt from your state tax. So don't be intimidated by that. New Jersey, up to $3,000 worth of computers is tax-free. The state tax rate in New Jersey is 6.625%. So we're talking about a $200 savings if you buy it during the tax-free holiday. If you have questions, you can always check further on your state's Department of Revenue website.
A lot of people just buy most of their things online. So can you still get the deal?
You can, Hoda, as long as you make the purchase during the tax-free holiday. It doesn't matter when it arrives. But here's the thing. If you live in a state where it's going to be delivered and they're not having a tax-free holiday, you could face taxes in your state. This is really designed for the citizens of that state to take advantage. There's no data, but states do anecdotally say they know people travel and cross borders to buy things during the tax-free holiday. It makes sense. Here's what you want to do, though. You do want to shop with a list and a target price of the item that you're buying.
That's smart.
Some research actually suggests some retailers raise their prices during the tax-free holiday. I know, which is a real bummer. It doesn't happen often, but there is research. Want big time. All right, and then also buy those big ticket items first because they tend to sell out faster. The last thing is always stack your deals.
You love to stack a deal. You love a deal stack.
You get the coupon, you get the cash back. If you shop through sites like coupons.com, Ibotta will give you a rebate based on your receipt, or Rakuten, you get that cash back. Retail Me Not is another great site. Definitely do it online.
So Vic, let's say you live in one of these states where where it's already passed, the tax-free holiday's already passed, or you live in a state where they don't have a tax-free holiday.
Yeah, which is
what are some other ways that we can save?
So you want to go to this website called Free Cycle. We did it. This is a site where people can post things that they have to give away for free, and you'd be surprised. We did a search based on our area. There were free notebooks, free markers, crayons, things that they're brand new and they just want to give them away, which is wonderful. The Crazy Coupon Lady website recommends going to Facebook Marketplace as well as Craigslist, doing the same thing. There's always a free section. See what there are. Sometimes it's a backpack, but it's gently used. And then if you are looking for clothing, you may want to wait until next month. You don't have to buy all the school supplies right now ahead of school, right? Wait until those sales happen. October is when you'll see the best deals on fall clothing and sports gear. Buy that secondhand if you can. Places like Sideline Swap, eBay, or Play It Again Sports. You'll save a lot
More
that
than
way.
$800.
Wow.
That's the average.
Yeah, $890, almost $900 basically.
All right,
Not a
Vicki,
lot.
thank you. Again, we have more back to school and money saving tips on today.com.
Don't forget, if you're heading out the door, check us out, Today Show Radio at 1 o'clock. It's Today Show Confidential with Libby, Pete, and the Maz. But right now...
What time is it right now?
Best time of the morning.
We've got
Upstart.
lots to talk about today. Let's start with Britney Spears. The pop icon and husband Sam Asghari have separated after 1 year of marriage. A source familiar with the situation confirmed the split to NBC News, saying, quote, "It's best for Britney." And a separate source also confirmed he filed for divorce. After years of dating, the couple tied the knot in Los Angeles back in June of 2022. Spears, who frequently shares content on social media, posted on Instagram overnight, but did not address the split. Next up, Jamie Foxx. The actor is sharing a health update with his millions of followers on Instagram. Yesterday, Foxx posted a series of photos thanking everyone who supported him since that medical complication put him in the hospital earlier this year, writing in the caption, "You're looking at a man who is thankful, finally starting to feel like myself. It's been an unexpected dark journey, but I can see the light." So we are happy to see that Jamie is feeling better and certainly continue to wish him the best on his road to recovery.
Oh, good to hear that. It was been such a long illness, too, wasn't it?
Well,
Absolutely. But he's feeling better.
Good,
That's the key. All right, next up, Barbie. This morning, the team behind that star-studded flick is probably feeling a little like this.
It's the best day ever.
It is the best day ever. So is yesterday, and so is tomorrow, and every day from now until forever.
Kudos to our writers. Like to find that one moment. As of yesterday, Barbie is officially the highest grossing domestic release ever from Warner Brothers, raking in over $537 million at the box office so far. That is now $1 million more than the studio's previous record holder, Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight, 2008, and surpasses the studio's other top 5 films, which include The Dark Knight Rises, Wonder Woman, and the final Harry Potter movie. And across the globe, Barbie continues breaking records with over $1 billion at the global box office. It is the highest grossing film of all time from a solo female director.
Yes.
I mean, she's breaking records all over the place.
You're the only
have you
person.
seen it?
I've seen it.
You're the only one on the couch.
We
who
haven't
has.
seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it? I took my kids.
Yeah. Do they love it?
Absolutely.
Boys and girls, huh?
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out what it is and why so many people. I just think It feels good. It has a message.
It's original.
It's original.
Yeah.
It works.
I heard the music's also great.
It's fun. It just works. All right, next up,
Clearly.
He Came to Me. Right, we have an exclusive first look this morning at the trailer for this upcoming rom-com. It stars Peter Dinklage as a composer struggling with his unfinished opera, and Anne Hathaway, as you see here, as his former therapist turned wife. Here's a peek.
Stephen Lodin, how's the new opera coming along?
Good, great.
We had discussed seeing a first draft of the score in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Is that still all right?
I'm suffering from a temporary blockage at the moment.
The demented tugboat captain who lures men to her tugboat and kills them and eats them. I loved it. How did you come up with that?
I was really angry at you. And now it turns out I'm your muse.
You what?
Oh, Steve, I'll never leave you. Cleaning.
What's going on
I
there?
don't know,
but I like
That
it.
star-studded cast you just saw there, Marissa Tomei, Brian Darcy James. You can check out the full trailer later today.
It looked like Minnie
on
Driver
today.com.
snuck in there. Minnie Driver.
Like you said, something kind of new, fresh.
I've always
All
enjoyed
right.
Peter Dinklage. Yes.
All right, finally, we leave you today with some happy milestone celebrations. Yesterday, starting with Ellen DeGeneres, the former daytime host, is marking her 15th anniversary with wife Portia de Rossi, sharing this sweet snap on Instagram and writing, to my wife of 15 years, I fall more in love with you every day. My life is blessed because you're in it. Happy anniversary.
Sweet.
Very happy anniversary to those two. And over to our pal, Kathy Lee Gifford. Yesterday, KLG celebrated her 70th birthday.
Oh, girl.
Her family posted
now.
some sweet shout outs online. Daughter-in-law Erica posting this pic with her son and writing, baby Franks couldn't love you more. Kathy's daughter Cassidy kept the precious baby pics coming, posting this one with the youngest grandchild, baby Finn, also honoring late dad Frank Gifford, who shared his birthday with KLG. So we are certainly sending our best to Kathy Lee. You know what? I saw it on
Bubby.
your Instagram. Bubby.
Yeah, you know what? She is living her best life.
Oh,
you
my
think about it. When she chose to leave here and go to Nashville, she's been doing nothing but creating, making new memories. Like I think she's happier than
What
she's
a great
ever
singer.
been.
New chapter.
Yeah,
I
for
love
sure.
that.
Happy birthday, KLG. Speaking of birthdays, you know who else has got one coming up?
Sunday.
This weekend.
What you got going, Broker, for your birthday?
Driving Nick back to college.
It's a birthday gift.
Happy birthday.
Celebrate.
Almost to 70.
Wow.
Man.
There you go.
When we come back on this Thursday morning, we're going to get things cooking on the plaza.
Oh, yeah.
This is the chef behind one of New York's best restaurants. And wait until you see the twist doll that he is putting on a comfort class. I love
Welcome back. Jenna is here with the inspiring story of a trailblazer and visionary when it comes to higher education.
My gosh, I love this conversation so much. We are talking about Ruth Simmons and her new memoir, Up Home. She shares her path from poverty in the segregated South to becoming the first Black president of an Ivy League university. Her story is nothing short of extraordinary.
I was born to be someone else, someone that is, whose life is defined principally by race, segregation, and poverty.
Is this sort of a reckoning of self to see that little girl and now see where you've come?
I do sometimes pause. How is it possible for me to have risen to the top of my profession when, as a child, I thought I couldn't have a profession? I grew up in the pre-civil rights era where to be Black was one of the worst things you could be. You had no rights. You had no capacity to aspire to anything. So that was my beginning.
Ruth Simmons grew up as the 12th child of sharecroppers in East Texas, at a crossroads in history in the racially segregated South.
Take me back to living in Texas in the late 40s and 50s, and what was your life like?
The postscript to slavery was sharecropping. And so my parents were sharecroppers, field hands, basically. Child labor was a part of that system. And so all of my siblings would go to the field along with my mother and father to pick cotton.
No running water.
Oh, no.
No electricity to read.
Well, no. In spite of that, I was the happiest child because I was surrounded by all these siblings and my parents. I was surrounded by love.
You say that it's the people that loved you and saw something in you as a little girl, as an adolescent, that made you see something in yourself.
Of course. Most of all, I should say, it was the teachers, convinced that times would change and that there would be a time when I could soar. I couldn't believe that myself. They believed it for me.
Do you remember that feeling of being seen by your teachers, what that meant to you?
Walking into that classroom and seeing it stocked with books and pencil and paper, here was a place that was prepared for the kind of work that I could do with my mind. Mind work must be very important. And that convinced me that that's something I wanted to be with forever.
In her new memoir, Up Home, Simmons describes her journey from growing up in poverty in Grapeland, Texas, to making history in 2001 as the first Black president of an Ivy League university when she was at Brown. Today, she's one of the country's preeminent educators, inspiring generations of students.
I ask you to add your voice to the cause of justice wherever you go.
What does it mean to you to be the first Black president of an Ivy League school?
To become president of an elite university was to say, yes, well, we've destroyed that notion that Black people can't think. It felt as if I might have been opening the door for other people. To be a first, you always feel that you're risking everything for the people you represent. And you're terrified that you won't do well enough to welcome them into the fold.
First generation college students, how did you, as the president, look into their eyes and say, like, I see you, I've been there?
The students would line up for hugs. I embraced them in every way that I could. You deserve to be here. It is often that I think back and I catch my breath for a bit because it's such a long distance to have traveled.
Fantastic.
Oh my God.
Love her. And okay, she was also the president at Smith College. She returned home. She retired, and then she returned home and worked at Prairie View, A&M in Texas, which she said was a beautiful full circle moment because it's a historically Black college. Ruth's memoir, which is spectacular. It's out next month. Y'all pre-order it. If you want to read a book about hope and love, all the goodness we need, need, please get it. And we want to thank Rosevale Kitchen at the Civilian Hotel for hosting
I think the
us.
optimism piece of it is so apparent.
Oh, she's optimistic about everything. I talked to her about affirmative action, and she said, "I've lived a long time. I've seen really hard things. We're gonna come back. It's gonna be okay."
Wow.
I'm so happy she wrote that book.
Wow, beautiful. All right, Jenna, thank you.
Thank you, JBH.
Coming up next, the master of mystery, Harlan Coben. He's sharing his top must-read books to soak up the last few weeks of summer. But first, this is Today on NBC.
That's so good.
Thank you.
We're back with Read More Today. Harlan Coben is a New York Times bestselling author. He's just got 35 novels published in 46 languages. A lot of his books have inspired TV shows, including the upcoming Harlan Coben Shelter. It's on Prime Video, and it follows a teen's new life in a quiet suburban town after the sudden death of his father and the secrets that are all uncovered along the way. And of course, when Harlan isn't busy writing or producing, he likes to share. He likes to share some great book recommendations. And Harlan, we love when you walk in the door here. It's like old home week. You walk in, everyone's like giving you a big old hug.
It's so great. So we're talking books. What's better than that? Come on,
nothing's better than books. Okay, so you are choosing, these are, I guess, 5 of your favorites in this moment. Let's start with Strange Sally Diamond. What is about this novel that captured you?
So I was in Ireland on book tour, and Liz Nugent is all over the place. #1 bestseller there. And this is a little bit of, people remember the Eleanor Oliphant is completely fine. She's a strange woman, but in the beginning, her father dies, and he made a joke about, just when I'm dead, just throw me on a garbage heap. And she does.
She did.
And all of a sudden, we find out her whole past is not what she thought. She was adopted in a strange way. It's both heartbreaking and it'll make you laugh. So I'm very excited to introduce America now to Liz Nugent as well.
Okay, let's move back here. The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store by James McBride.
Yeah, I mean, James McBride's just great.
Yeah.
This is a big, sprawling, rich, roaring novel. It starts with a skeleton in 1972 found, but really, this is about communities on the margin, how they fight, live, laugh. This is one of those novels that sort of joke, becomes a part of you. It's just a great book. Every character is rich. Every detail is rich, involving the Black and Jewish communities of the time. And I can't recommend this one high. He's a great author, and this is, I think, his best work.
All right, this one looks interesting. How Can I Help You by Laura Sims.
Yeah, here's my pitch for it.
Let's go.
It's a psychological thriller, dark psychological thriller about 2 librarians that all takes place in a library. We just go back and forth on their viewpoints. It's fairly slim. You'll finish it fast. I finished it in 1 reading. It's delicious. It's just such fun.
By the way, I'm going to get to the last.
Oh, by the way, I just want to say, Taffy Brodesser-Akner, the author of Fleischman's in Trouble, is the one who recommended that to me.
Very cool.
Yeah, I get them from friends too.
So you get friends' recommendations, but you say the book's got to grab you within the first 5 pages.
I'm sorry, I'm picky. I mean, I get so many books sent to me, so many books recommended. If you don't really, I can tell in 5 pages if it's going to be.
If it's going to be good for you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to Valiant Woman. That looks
so. Valiant Woman. We all think of World War II, Rosie the Riveter, but what Lena Andrews is helping us with this and correcting it. 350,000 servicewomen were involved in World War II, and she tells a lot of their stories. It's really compelling and really story of bravery, sacrifice. I was surprised. I had no idea how rich this went. And I don't know how anybody, if you're a history buff, how anybody could really go through this knowing about this time period without reading a book like this.
So, and if you are a person who enjoys a short story, you like Witness.
Yeah. I first of all just like short stories.
Yeah.
We don't read enough short stories
Yeah.
as a group. You know, just sometimes a novel's too much for you. I'm a novelist. I want you to read novels. But sometimes just a rich short story. Jamal Brinkley, what a talent. This kid is going to be, is really on the rise. This is his second collection. They're all contemporary New York stories. And they're all those stories that kind of burst to life right away. Doesn't take even 2 sentences before you know, oh man, this guy's got something. And so that's my recommendation for that one. Jamal Brinkley's The Witness.
Well, you got 5 great ones. By the way, do you ever just read a trashy novel? Do you ever sit back and read?
Of
What
course.
do you do?
I read everything.
You do?
You read everything. You got to read everything, man. If a kid wants to read comic books, let him read comic books. Go to bookstores.
It doesn't
this is what's
matter.
so great about this segment.
Yes.
We're just, there's nothing bad about books.
Yeah.
There's
Just
no
read
downside.
anything. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
And always read whatever Jenna's picking.
Yeah,
also,
see, she
so,
got a good.
Yeah.
That one from the last segment looks like a real
Can't
winner.
wait till yeah, it's going to be great.
Well, we're so happy to have you.
Thanks.
Come back anytime. You know your dressing room's always here for you. You can find all these books on today.com/books. And we should mention Shelter premieres on Prime Video tomorrow. Let's send it outside to Craig.
We're back with Today Food, cooking with Marcus Glocker. Marcus is the chef and owner of Colomon here in New York. By the way, Colomon named one of the city's 100 best restaurants by the New York Times. It serves French and Austrian cuisine, and we are so excited to try some today. We're going to start with this unique twist on a comfort classic. First of all, welcome to the Today Show.
Thank you,
This is
Greg.
your
Good to be
first
here.
time. We're very
Amazing.
excited to have you. You are Austrian, so
Yes.
but this isn't an Austrian dish. What are we making here?
We're making a zucchini cordon bleu, which is some. It's a version of a dish my mother used to make back in the time. We had, fresh squash in the garden on a daily basis, so we replaced the meat. Normally, it's made with veal or chicken, stuffed with cheese and ham.
Okay.
Obviously, that's great. And this version is a little bit lighter. So my mom always used to have the squash sliced instead of the meat, and we fill that. Put a little bit breadcrumbs
Let's
on
do
there
it.
and fried.
This is perfect for right now since squash is in season. so-
Over here we have basically a beautiful, a little bit larger squash than usual.
How big do the pieces need to be, Chef?
I think this is a great size, but you can use a late harvest squash when it's a little bit bigger. Slice it in discs around that size. We're gonna do another one here. And
roughly how thick?
5 millimeters, around that.
Oh, you still use the European
yes,
measurement.
sorry.
That's okay, I knew what you meant.
We have cheese and ham, Black Forest ham. So just have a little cutter here.
Yep.
Try to have the same size sort of as the zucchini. Punch it out. So when you fry it, the cheese doesn't leak out.
Okay.
One slice of this.
Same thing with the ham?
Same thing with the ham. Goes right here.
Like a ham and cheese with
Lid on. And then we have a little bit of a bamboo here just to stabilize it.
I have never seen anything like this.
It doesn't open up.
All right, so then we're going to take it, we're going to dredge it.
Correct. We have this here. Put it in flour. When I show you this, roll it on the side so it seals.
Ladies,
a little bit of
gentlemen,
egg.
what's the word?
Really
It's
good.
Terrific.
It's like really good.
Oh, that's great. So we have a little bit of egg here,
Vegetables.
and then the breadcrumbs.
And what
Cover
kind
that.
of oil are we using here, Chef?
We're using just vegetable oil.
Okay.
A healthy amount.
And roughly how long are we going to let that fry?
I would say 3 to 4 minutes, and if it's not melted inside, you can always put it in the oven.
I want to make sure we get to this potato salad that I've heard
Because
so
that's
much
the-
about.
yes,
What
so-
makes this potato salad unique?
There's no mayonnaise in there. There's not much oil in there. It's very light. We use chicken stock with a little bit of mustard in there, vinegar and salt.
Full disclosure, I was very skeptical. When I read this morning we were going to have like fried squash sandwiches. This is
I will let my mom know.
wow. Well done. Salad.
So for the potato salad, which is a great garnish for it, just fingerling potatoes boiled. We're gonna cut them in small pieces,
Very
sort of
good.
in 5 millimeter thick pieces like that. And then we have a marinade going here, which is the chicken stock. We have a little bit of mustard in there. We're gonna add white wine vinegar.
Okay.
And then some diced shallots.
Shallots.
This is all getting heated up together.
It's really good.
Thank you, thank you.
How long do we let that marinate?
This-
Or simmer, I should say.
So until the shallots are slightly soft, and then we have the sliced potatoes here. And we're gonna pour this hot liquid
Oh, I did not see that coming.
over.
That's not what I saw coming.
Let it sit. The starch comes out, and it gets
How
this
long do you let
beautiful.
that sit?
normally about a half an hour, and this is the end result. It's no mayonnaise, no oil in there, just the viscosity.
That's really good.
Really good.
Is there. So that's
Chef,
gonna go back
well
here
done.
for 1 second.
Chef Marcus, thank you.
Thank you very much.
This morning on the third hour of Today, fighting back. Attorneys for the family portrayed in The Blind Side, telling their side.
These people are truly devastated. I mean, this was their son.
Why they are now pointing to former NFL player Michael Oher's own words and where the case goes from here. Then later, the summer of sharks. Beachgoers on high alert after a rise in attacks and close encounters. The new patrols and training to keep us safe. We're live along the shore. Plus, it's secondhand shopping week. Dylan meeting a fashionista on a mission.
It started as 1 rack in my basement, and then I would say it turned into 7 racks.
Why she quit her job to start a vintage clothing boutique to bring style to women of all sizes. Today, Thursday, August 17th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Al, Craig, Dylan. The gang's all here. Good morning to you. It is Thursday, or as you like to say,
Friday Eve, baby.
Boom. Friday Eve.
Weekend's almost here. You ready for the weekend?
Oh, absolutely.
You know this guy's ready for the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a big weekend.
Big birthday.
That's right.
Is it a big birthday? It's a regular birthday, but a big weekend.
It's 69.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's practically
every year-
70.
yeah. Practically, yeah. Practically.
You're practically 75.
That's it. That's right. Well, here I am. I'm on a Smucker's jar.
Way past retirement age.
That's it. You wish.
That train's never late. Never late. 69 could be your year, though. It could be the year that.
It's true.
Probably not. No.
I don't think so.
What's wrong with you?
I don't want you to go anywhere. I love you, Al.
Thank you.
No one believes that. It is a very busy morning here on a Thursday. Lots to talk about. We are once again, though, going to start with the very latest in that legal battle involving the former football player Michael Oher and the family portrayed in the hit movie The Blind Side. This morning, the family pushing back at Oher's claims that they exploited him. Kaylee Hartung's been following the story for us, joins us live once again from Los Angeles. What's the latest, Kaylee?
Hey guys, so over the years, we have seen the Tuohy family cheering on Michael Oher through his football career, but now we are hearing that their relationship has been fractured for nearly a decade, just as the Tuohys are pointing to Michael Oher's own words as written in his book to discredit his allegations.
I hear Mrs. Tuohy, I look over my shoulder for my mother-in-law. Call me Leanne or Mama or almost anything else.
The family whose story inspired the hit movie The Blind Side is fighting back against what they call the outlandish claims Michael Oher has made against them.
These people are truly devastated. I mean, this was their son.
After the former NFL player filed a lawsuit claiming he only learned 6 months ago that the Tuohys hadn't adopted him in 2004 and instead established a conservatorship that he now wants to terminate. The Tuohy family attorneys are using Oher's own words against him, pointing to his book, I Beat the Odds, where in 2011 he wrote, Sean and Leanne would be named as my legal conservators. Honestly, I didn't care what it was called. I was just happy that no one could argue that we weren't legally what we already knew was real. We were a family. The Tuohys now say they're willing to terminate the conservatorship and maintain its purpose was to assist Oher in the college admissions process.
We're talking about a family trying to help someone in need. The Tuohys did not control any of Mr. Oher's finances.
The Tuohys say at the center of all of this is money, alleging Oher previously threatened them with a shakedown for $15 million. Then he filed suit. Oher claiming the Tuohys made millions off his life story in the movie deal for The Blind Side, while he earned nothing. But the Tuohys dispute that too, A source close to the film tells NBC News the Tuohys received approximately $700,000 total, which was intended to be evenly split among the family.
Michael got every dime he had coming.
While in Oxford, Mississippi, home to Ole Miss, where Orr played college football, as fans lined up around the block to meet him earlier this week, he did not address the controversy. Orr's attorney now saying, "We believe that justice will be served in the courtroom."
So the Tuohys are now trying to put this conservatorship into context as people ask, why is a 37-year-old man still under one? Well, back in 2004, just as it was portrayed in The Blind Side, Michael Orr was a top prospect in college football, and the NCAA investigated why he was living with them. The Tuohys say the legal advice they got at that time was to put him under conservatorship so he'd be eligible to play. There was no expiration date on the arrangement by the court, and the Tuohys maintained they have stayed out of Orr's business decisions all the while, saying Orr chose his own agent when he went pro and signed his own contracts. Guys.
All right. Keep us posted. Kaylee Hartung there in Los Angeles. Thank you, Kaylee.
All right.
All right, well, there are still a few beach weekends left before the end of summer, and up and down the coast, officials aren't taking any chances. They are stepping up patrols for sharks. And here in the Northeast, lifeguards are even getting some extra training.
We've got NBC's Emily Akita live in Rockaway Beach. A shark attacked a woman earlier this month. Emily, good morning. What's happening out there?
Hey there, guys. Good to be with you. You can actually see off my shoulder exactly where the 65-year-old woman was attacked viciously by a shark last week. It landed her in the hospital, and for that reason, New York City officials aren't taking any chances. As you said, they are ramping up patrols on the ground, by boat, and by air. I'll show you what I mean. People are going to see a lot more of these massive drones surveilling the shorelines every single morning in search of swarming sharks in the final weeks of summer. During an active summer of shark encounters and attacks.
In terms of bleeding, look for the source.
On Long Island, more training for lifeguards responding to shark bites.
If pressure stops the bleeding, great, but you can't let go until help arrives.
The demo comes on the heels of a horrific shark attack off the coast of New York City earlier this month, when a 65-year-old woman was bitten at Rockaway Beach. Lifeguards rushing to her aid.
Very big laceration on her legs.
The serious incident prompting city officials to ramp up patrols, now scanning the water daily with high-tech drones in search of swarming sharks like this.
If we spot a shark, then we'll make a decision to close the beach.
Along our country's coastlines, a series of scares reported this summer, from Florida to New York, which saw 5 suspected shark bites over the 4th of July holiday.
Rescue's been notified.
It's a terror Heidi Ernst knows all too well.
It felt like I was hit by a truck.
She lost her leg from a shark attack during a free swim while on a diving excursion in the Bahamas.
I needed to get my leg out of its mouth, and so I did punch it in the face.
She's now back home in Iowa. This all comes amid a potential breakthrough in shark research. 2 great whites, Jekyll and Simon, were recently tracked by scientists at OCEARCH in a study covered by the Washington Post. Typically solitary creatures, the duo traveled similar paths as they swam thousands of miles north to Canada, arriving on the same day. OCEARCH's chief scientist telling the Post that the groundbreaking trip adds a whole new element of sort of a familial and social component to migration. A predator that has been examined for centuries, and we're still just scratching the surface.
As time has gone on, new tools, new technologies open new doors to what we learn about these animals. We still have a long way to go.
So while New York beaches have seen an unusual number of shark bites in recent years, the overall count for the U.S., you'll see in the data, it remains pretty consistent and very low. Just 41 bites across the U.S. in 2022, and the number of deaths are even more rare. You're more likely to be struck by lightning. So experts say, yes, you should take precautions before heading into the water. Avoid swimming near schools of fish. Avoid swimming at dawn or dusk. But it shouldn't be spoiling your fun, especially in these last few weeks of summer, guys.
Yes, because again, they are so rare. That graphic, by the way, can we pull the graphic back up for a second if we can? Emily, thank you. I love that we're pointing out the unprovoked bites.
I mean, as opposed to those provoked ones, where people go,
guys walking out with buckets of chum.
Yeah,
it's not chum.
Yeah.
It's a good vocab word. You're not going in.
You don't have to worry about that happening.
All right,
Thank you,
speaking
Emily.
of chum, this story is interesting and gross.
What's the connection between this next story and
I
chum?
was thinking like snack.
Okay, I guess if you're a fish.
Little turn there. So this next story grabbed my attention.
Okay. Do you have the same thing for breakfast? You used to have the same thing for
I used
breakfast
to have
every day.
a Stella D'oro breakfast treat for breakfast every single morning.
Yeah, and when we were roommates, I feel like you were very...
To be clear, you weren't roommates. You shared a dressing room.
We were dressing
Dylan and I were roommates for years.
For a long time.
So this is why
The point of this was...
This is why we brought this up. Former First Lady Michelle Obama appeared on the podcast, Your Mama's Kitchen, which is a great idea, hosted by journalist Michelle Norris. She was asked about breakfast as a kid, and she revealed that she ate the same thing every morning until college. Peanut butter and jelly.
For breakfast.
She didn't want eggs, bacon.
It's actually a very good breakfast item.
Protein,
I just
protein in the
associate
peanut
it with
butter.
lunch.
I know, she says a compromise with her mom, but you know what? I was thinking, like, for my 14-year-old, if he has a test or something like that, I just know that it will nourish him for the day. Or, like, it's got your protein, it's got your bread. A lot of kids
This is
don't
old
like
school, too. It's a white bread.
That's what makes it yummy. But this is still, like, nice
Creamy
white
peanut
bread.
butter. There you go.
There you go. So
Everything
something to
you
think
need.
about.
Nothing you don't.
Doctors have said that if you can find something that works for you to stay consistent.
Or
in the
your
morning.
kids.
Yeah.
If
But
they're
this
going to
is
eat
a
that.
great, I mean, I feel like it's a healthy option.
Yeah.
Sure. Protein.
Yeah, throwing it on
Mrs. Obama
a banana.
would say yes.
Ooh.
All right, just ahead, help for families facing the cost of paying for college. Everything you need to know about scholarships, aid, and some outside-the-box ideas on how to pay for it. And then later, we are celebrating Secondhand Shopping Week. The entrepreneur with a passion for fashion who created a vintage clothing shop for all women. We'll be right back.
Well done.
We
like this.
We love the makeup of week. We're back now with our series On the Money. College students are heading back to campus. High schoolers are deep in the application process. So we figured this might be a pretty good time to break down the big questions that a lot of families are facing. How do we pay for college? Here to school us, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. And for the purposes of this conversation, not just financial expert, but also the parent of two college students
There you go.
as well.
College. Right in the middle of it.
So there's this, I want to make sure I get this right because it's a recent survey from Princeton Review. It found that 98% of all families say that financial aid is going to be necessary to get their kids through school. So we'll just start there. I mean, how do families go about getting financial aid? How do they even do it?
The first step is that they need to fill out the free application for federal student aid, the FAFSA form, to make sure that they can get aid from the government for their children. And also a lot of colleges want to see that information as well. And that's for college, that's for vocation school, that's for trade school. If you want to get that grant, that financial aid, you need to fill out that form. Some private universities also like you to fill out the CSS profile to get non-federal institutional aid. And you want to make sure that when you get the financial aid award letters, you compare them so that you can figure out if one can maybe be a little bit better than the other. And you want to bring that up to the financial aid office in a way to just explain your financial situation and also what the student has been able to achieve in terms of other financial aid. It may not be, even for those people who are going to school this fall, too late to appeal for financial aid. That is because many people have had changes in their financial situations in their household, and that FAFSA form goes back 2 years. It looks at your income from 2 years prior to the fall that the student goes to school. So it's important, if you've had a change, to let the financial aid office know about your family's financial situation.
What exactly is merit aid, and how do you apply for that?
Well, merit aid is scholarships, and that's something that you get for athletic achievement, academic achievement, student interest groups, leadership, all different types of scholarships that you can apply for. And some of the websites that are really good to look at are things like FastWeb, scholarships.com. The College Board had something called Big Future. It has materials in English and Spanish, so people can make sure to get that information. Actually, CNBC's Money 101 newsletter also has a college savings newsletter that is in English and in Spanish, and Dinero 101 as well. And then you also want to look at local clubs and organizations, religious organizations, sororities, fraternities. I have to say my kids did a good job trying to apply to a lot of places for scholarships.
Oh, you can apply
and
to
you can
multiple.
apply to multiple
Yeah.
private scholarships. Absolutely.
Another way to cut college costs is to consider tapping into your local community college. Can you talk about that?
Well, tapping into your local community college, great idea, because the cost of community college is so much less.
Yes.
And so doing 2 years of community college and then transferring to a 4-year college university is a great idea. And many states will require that they allow you to transfer as a junior,
Well, that's
so
what
that
I-
you
and then
keep
the
your
credit-
credit.
the credit transfers?
So you have to make sure and check on that. But the other thing you do is course sharing. So you could take some classes at night or a summer class at a community college, and that could count toward a bachelor's degree at a 4-year school. You got to check, but it's a possibility. And then also, of course, you don't necessarily have to have a car on campus. I know a lot of my daughter's freshman friends are saying we need to have a car. It's your first year. You definitely don't need a
settle
car.
down.
It's not necessary. And then other things that you can do with housing too. Many people going to school, staying at home, or staying with friends. Different ways to save those costs.
Hey, Sharon, really quickly, what about you? And you mentioned this earlier, vocational and technical schools, things like that.
So absolutely, you can still apply for financial aid. You fill out the FAFSA form for that. The other great thing is 529 college savings plans that you can start when your child is younger or now for college. Also apply to trade and vocational schools. So that's something really important.
I want to just follow up because you mentioned the 529. I think a lot of folks are familiar with 529s. But I read here that there's a Coverdell savings account.
The Coverdell savings account, another way to save for college, $2,000 a year. You can put more money in a 529 plan, but if you qualify for a Coverdell education savings account, that's something else that you may want to consider. The tax advantages, though, that you get with a 529 plan, the possibility of getting a state tax deduction, of being able to put your money in and having it grow tax-free, and the possibility of using the 529 plan money for private education for K through 12, as well as vocational and trade schools. There's just so much that you can do with a 529 plan. A great way to save for
And
college.
just really quickly, just to follow up, are they transferable? Let's say one of my kids is smart, the other one maybe not so much.
You're a mess.
And then I've got to pay for one, maybe not the other.
Rob Peter.
Or you want to go back to school yourself? Yes, you can transfer the beneficiary.
Yes.
Absolutely. Some people take out 529 plans for each of their children. Some take it out for the oldest one, then transfer it to the younger one,
So
or
you
whatever.
just have a bulk account and it can just go.
Yes.
About the fifth child.
Can it earn more money if you do the bulk account? Or no?
It's not earning
just-
more money, but it's just for some people a way to streamline their finances.
Sure, thank you. Thank
Al
you.
has the face of judgment.
No, not judgment. I'm just worried about Dell and Sibby.
One
I'm thinking,
One
who's
of
he
them going to
talking
get some
about?
scholarships, one of them maybe not so
All right,
much.
Sharon, thank you.
Today.com for more great advice, by the way.
All right, coming up, we are celebrating Secondhand Shopping Week with a woman who quit her job to follow her passion. How she is now bringing vintage style to women of all sizes. Then later, we are sinking our teeth into a new Broadway show with the actors telling the real-life story behind the movie Jaws. We'll be right back.
We're going to need a bigger studio.
I love how you guys.
we've been mentioning, it's secondhand shopping week, and vintage fashion is more popular than ever. But for some plus-sized women, finding the right fit can be frustrating until now. I recently met the woman behind a boutique right here in New York that has stylish, fun finds, and the fit is just right.
The plus-size shopping landscape is getting better, but we're still offered such basic clothes that don't speak to me and that aren't inspiring.
Emma Zach has always had a flair for style.
Where did your love of fashion come from?
It definitely came from my grandma, who I'm named after. My mom says that I am her reincarnated. She was a modern-day size 14, so I grew up playing dress up in her clothes.
That lifelong love of fashion turned into a business idea for others looking for size-inclusive vintage finds.
You had a full-time job, and this was sort of a hobby of yours. How did it grow into this?
It was a way for me to hang out with friends. We would play dress up and take photos in my backyard. It started as one rack in my basement, and then I would say it turned into 7 racks.
Those racks reminded her of a personal experience.
I had to shop in the women's section where my friends were shopping in the juniors section. I mean, my biggest memory is when I was bat mitzvahed when I was 13 and I couldn't find a dress that fit. And I so vividly remember crying in the dressing room. My mom still to this day talks about that because it was such a moment for the both of us.
Emma wanted to fill that void in the vintage marketplace for women sizes 12 and up. So she started scouring thrift stores to resell on Instagram.
How did you get from that point where you're like, okay, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to focus on this full time?
My mom, who's an entrepreneur herself, she was like, you know what, Emma, I believe in you. You can do this.
So she quit her full-time job at a criminal justice nonprofit and opened Berries, a thrift by appointment-only studio in Brooklyn, New York.
It can be really intimidating to come in here and not know your size. So I'm a size 16, but in vintage I wear a size 20. I mean, every time people come in here, they're like, holy cow, I have never found so much stuff in my size.
Emma guides her customers through the store, helping them choose the right styles and encouraging folks to try pieces outside their comfort zone. And she prides herself on always being honest.
If something doesn't look good, I will tell you.
That's good.
That's
rare.
Promise. As a plus-size person myself, I want to be told the truth. You know what I mean? It's so hard for us to shop.
She now works with thrift scouts across the country to find rare items while also supporting emerging designers.
This rack is our collab racks. They're these button downs that I source, and then I sent them to Lars Kemp, who's a designer in Oregon. And she added these little panels.
I mean, it's just really enough sexy,
exactly.
But you're still reserved.
Exactly.
And talk to me about your skirt.
So this skirt is made by a local designer, Duality Junkie, and it's actually made out of boxer shorts.
Used boxer shorts?
Oh, I sure hope not.
Berries is full of bold patterns and playful cutouts, vintage silk shirts, lacy tees, and even some collectibles.
I don't know if you remember in the 90s, Nicole Miller was making these amazing silk shirts. And some of them are just so funny and random. Look at this.
While Emma is still selling her garments online, customers now travel, sometimes internationally, to get one-on-one time at the store.
What do your customers say to you? I mean, they must feel so seen.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a customer on Saturday come all the way from Toronto. They were like, I've been following you for years. Your studio was the destination for our trip. There's no better feeling for me to see someone feel good about themselves and what they wear.
Idea. What a great idea.
She is just crushing it. Emma said that since she opened the studio this April, only one person has left without finding something. So her batting average is absolutely fantastic. And another fun fact about those silk Nicole Miller shirts she showed me, Emma thinks that she likely has one of the largest collections of those shirts. She has 12 at home that she says are not for sale.
Oh.
So, I mean, those are just true vintage. They're original finds.
Sure.
Everybody should.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, and you're upcycling.
Upcycling, which is also a very good thing for the environment, yes.
All righty, coming up, we are going to catch up with 2 Broadway stars to hear about a new show about the chaotic production of the movie Jaws. And then later in Shop All Day, hacks for your home and beauty routine, like one that saves some
precious counter space. Third hour today. I'll be right back. We are back now with the stars of a new Broadway show that dives into a story that is Hollywood legend. The troubled waters behind the scenes of the movie Jaws.
So it's called The Shark is Broken, and it stars two Broadway veterans.
Alex Brightman burst onto the scene in School of Rock before jumping into the title role as Beetlejuice, and Colin Donnell has starred in musicals like Anything Goes and Jersey Boys.
In this new play, Alex plays a young Richard Dreyfuss, and Colin is Roy Scheider, stuck together on a tiny fishing boat off the coast of Martha's Vineyard. And they are here to tell us a little bit about it. Alex and Colin, welcome.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm learning as we're talking, even during the commercial break, about all the things that went on behind the scenes. So let's start with, I guess, the very beginning. Explain to us where we find each of your characters at the beginning of the show.
Well, we are in the first little bit of doing all of the shoot on the water.
Okay.
So it's the beginning of us, all the troubles that the movie had when they finally got onto the ocean to actually start shooting. And it quickly progresses through that sort of interminable time that was spent out there.
They did 100 days overshooting
Wow.
the film, and so the tension and sort of the nausea, both metaphorically and physically, that take place sort of comes in these little vignettes to show sort of the stress, tension, emotion, ego, all that kind of stuff that goes through the shooting of the.
And you actually saw it.
I went to go see it. What's interesting, I mean, obviously, Colin, you're playing Roy Scheider, Chief Brody in the movie, and we've lost Roy, so he's not there. But Alex, you're playing Richard Dreyfuss, who is Hooper, but you're playing a guy who is still around.
Yes.
How did you go about creating that character to be as authentic as possible, but knowing that Richard Dreyfuss might come in to see this?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm ignorant to the idea that that's going to be a big deal. I don't know. I'm hoping I stay that way. I went for accuracy, but I went for the sort of time accuracy. So I sort of only looked at his stuff from the early to mid 70s. So I haven't really looked at again, his real body of work, like Mr. Holland's Opus and The Goodbye Girl, because that was like huge success drive.
Sure.
This is like in that moment.
Because he hadn't become a star yet.
He hadn't become a star. He hadn't had an Academy nomination. And so he's in this sort of imposter syndrome world of, I know I'm in good stuff, but am I good in it? And so this inherent anxiety and, mixed with gigantic ego is this sort of crucible of madness. And so I'm looking at that. I'm only strictly looking at interviews from that time. The bearded Dreyfuss.
Yes, the bearded Dreyfuss.
As if the concept itself wasn't meta enough, you actually have Ian Shaw alongside both of you portraying his father, Robert Shaw. We think there's a side by side.
Wow. It's really incredible.
Robert and Jaws, Ian in this show. I mean, what was it like for both of you to act with someone who had such a really close connection to the source material?
I mean, it's uncanny.
It is.
Really. And to be on stage with him as he's delivering the Indianapolis speech as his father in the movie is just incredible. It really puts you right into the world of the movie. And he's doing such justice to his dad and doing such a wonderful portrayal, but he's not afraid to be showing all the flaws of his father and really all the flaws of all of these guys.
Yeah.
Which is the beautiful part of the show.
I think it could so easily become this vanity project in soft focus, and he really shows it like very in a gritty way, in a way that is a bit unforgiving. And I think that's the whole idea of like making this story make sense and make the way anyone wants to make art, which is like truthful.
Yeah. And Colin, I feel like as Roy, you sort of have to be the grounded one. It's kind of the go-between, you know, kind of keep things as calm on the water as you can. But what were rehearsals like? I mean, what was the whole process like? I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with Jaws, and to play this backstory is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, it had been done before. It's a play that was done on the West End and in Edinburgh and in Toronto before it came to us. Alex and I are brand new to it. But the willingness of Ian and Guy Masterson, our director, to re-examine the piece and get back into it and find out what it was going to be with Alex and I in it, they were so willing to do all of that, so and go into that work. So it was great. It was nice to be able to feel like it was ours when it came to us, and try to mine it for as much as we could.
And Colin, I will say kudos for the Speedo.
Kudos for the Speedo.
Yes.
That's got to be a T-shirt.
I am putting myself out there for everybody.
Literally. All right. Literally. A little something for the ladies.
There you go.
Did we sell it? Are we selling the show now?
Maybe.
Do I need to be in one now?
All right.
Go for it. Colin, thank you guys so much. Congratulations. The Shark is Broken is playing now through November 19th at the Golden Theater here in New York City. All right, coming up next, we are spilling the tea and Shop All Day. Home and beauty hacks to make your life just a little bit easier, including a little green sponge that makes a big difference. Then later, we're striking a pose and start today with a great yoga workout you can do right in your living room and in a Speedo.
Hey now. Downward dog. This morning at Shop All Day.
All day.
All day, we're solving some problems with home and beauty products that are all less than $30. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here. So all you got to do is scan the QR code and check out all those pics right now. Adriana, good to see you.
Good to see you guys. I have some fun editor-loved products.
Okay,
so let's start.
This is fantastic.
This is awesome. So this is a little light that you can pop anywhere in the house that needs a little bit of extra light. Chanel was saying this is great for kids with bunk beds, great for dorm rooms.
So cute.
I mean, all you have to do is take the base, which is adhesive. You pop it on anywhere in the house, and the light is magnetic, so it attaches at any
changes
angle.
color.
And then can you remove the base and move it someplace else?
You can, depending on the adhesive that you use. So I use 3M because those are kind of easy to
like
take
the
on and
command
off.
strips?
The command strips, right.
What a great idea.
And this light is under $10. So
Wow.
it's like the perfect home hack anywhere
Some
in
of
your
these
house.
even have the light on top, too.
You put that in a
Yes,
closet?
they do.
That's a good
closet
idea.
anywhere.
This is great.
Yeah, so this is a really good one, and you charge it with a USB charger, so you just pop it off, charge it, and you're good to go.
No cables, no nothing.
Yeah.
I love it.
Dylan
Batteries
loves it.
I love this because I always keep my spray bottle right next to my paper towels.
Exactly. So this is a 2-in-1 that kind of does all the work for you. So it's a storage solution and a cleaning solution inside. This is really good to keep, like you said, in the kitchen. When you're meal prepping, you have to clean up after.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have everything you need right there. I also like bringing this around the house when I'm cleaning the house, because then I have my paper towels and my cleaning solution all in
That's
one.
cute.
So
What do
this
they
one's
think of
really
next?
awesome.
That's cute.
Yeah.
This.
is
Okay, so this next one, if I'm doing the dishes, what do I just do this and then it gets soapy?
Yes, you know when you're doing dishes and you have to like find the soap bottle and
That's
shake it
clever.
out.
Your hands
Yeah.
dirty.
This is a soap dispenser, and at first it seems kind of silly, but over 25,000
you're doing
reviewers love it.
dishes?
Yeah.
You're doing dishes, you just pop this on, get some more soap on.
Yeah.
That's all you need, and it's under $7.
Wow.
So
There you go. I like
easy
that.
home hack.
What's this?
Okay, this is actually a beauty product. It's an exfoliating sponge, and it's really great. Our editor, Julie, loves this thing because it helps sort of remove your
there's
day,
some
remove
video.
your makeup, you wash your face.
Oh, for your face.
It's for your face. You remove everything with it, and it's
like a
really
little
nice because
scrub.
it's made with some green tea and like exfoliating extracts to help get rid of all the impurities in your pores.
Nice beauty shot.
So
Would you use your normal face soap?
You could use your normal face soap. Make
And then
sure
just
you
use-
wet this and then you use it to sort
wet
of
it.
exfoliate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's
I like
gentle,
that.
so
All right,
really
all right,
easy to
all right,
use.
all
I mean, how?
I'll do it now.
I was going to say, that's exactly what I was going to say.
How do it know?
Is the green tea's in here?
It's made with green tea properties, yeah, and all
This
this
is really nice. I like
great
this.
stuff. Yeah, it's really it feels really gentle on the skin.
But why is one side soft and the other side?
Because you're exfoliating.
It's kind of like you.
One side soft, the other side hard.
Exactly.
All right, last but not least.
Last but not least, this is actually a new trending product. It's from Peter Thomas Roth. They make a bunch of really great skincare products. This is called the lip filler. So don't let the name scare you. This is kind of a lip balm. If you open this up, let me show
Why'd
you
you back
guys.
away?
Because I'm good.
Yeah. So this is, think of it as like a lip balm. Look at this.
like
It
that
goes
color.
on, it goes on kind of sheer anyway.
And what does it do?
And what it does is the brand says it helps over time get rid of like the lines on your lips.
So it's like a filler?
It's
kind
not
of?
it's
No.
not a filler. Don't think of it as a filler.
that
It's
sounds
like a
like-
treatment for your lips.
Oh.
Yeah.
The appearance.
Oh, look at this. Look at
appearance.
this. In just 1 week, 94% of people agreed that their lips looked more healthy and rejuvenated.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a lip balm.
Makes it look like.
It makes it look better.
91%
Audrey,
say they
Audrey
look
on
more
our team
filled in.
used
Try
it,
it.
and she said it had a subtle plumping effect too. So it's kind of
is
nice.
this
If you
Audrey?
this is Audrey. She's awesome.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Wow.
she said it had a subtle
Kind of got
plumping
now an
effect.
Angelina Jolie worker.
Yeah.
all with the little.
With this in 5 minutes.
All right, Adriana, thank you so much.
Try it out.
For more on these products, head to today.com/shop.
Coming up. It's start today. We've got a yoga. I am. I'm just kidding. Sometimes I keep things in my head. A yoga workout to build muscle and work up a sweat. And you can do it with us right there at home when the third hour of today continues.
Someone just took like, look.
What are you doing?
No.
All right, time now for Start Today. And this morning, we are going to go through some sculpting exercises that are easy to do right at home. And here to show us how to do it, Kimberly Marcotte. She's an instructor, also area manager for Core Power Yoga here in New York City. Core Power Yoga, apparently the largest in the country, so we're really excited to have you. We're going to, I guess, start with a move that's really familiar to lots of yogis out there, the chair pose. That's what it's called?
Exactly, yeah. It sounds, or it looks just as it sounds. Before we get into it, so at Core Power Yoga, we take intensely physical workouts and root it into the mindfulness of yoga. And with mindfulness, want to come back to our breath. So start with 2 rounds of breath together. Take a deep breath in. Exhale out of your mouth. One more time, just like that. Inhale. And exhale. Amazing. So we'll come into our chair pose. Come onto your mat. Draw your feet underneath you. Inhale, chair pose. Reach your arms overhead. Sit your hips nice and low. That's it. So you're firing up your lower legs. Your core is engaged, and you're engaging your upper back muscles. Really great for posture and balance.
Why is Al holding weights?
Oh.
Yeah. Ready. He's ready for it. We'll come back. We'll come back to this soon.
Yeah.
So inhale in your chair. Exhale, chair with airplane arms. Just reach your arms towards the back.
Okay.
That's it. So you're squeezing the back line of your muscles a little bit more. And from here, we'll add a muscle drill. So pulse your arms up behind you. Pulse.
Okay. Which muscles is this working?
Yeah, so your upper back muscles, your rhomboids and your lower trapezius. And soon we'll get into our triceps shortly. Al's already doing it. Looking great.
It actually feels good.
That's
Show
it.
off. A nice little stretch.
Yeah, and you feel the whole strength and power within your whole body. And rest.
And we still had the core engaged too.
Still had your core
That's it.
engaged.
Yes.
So we'll add a little up level in the intensity, a little spice, if you will.
Spice.
So we'll join you with weights.
All right.
So with your weights, keep your joints safe. Micro bend your elbows, draw your weights through your shoulders anytime you move them. So we'll come back into your chair pose again. So bend your knees nice and deep. Inhale, chair. Exhale, chair with airplane arms. Bend your elbows
There's a lot in my back.
Nice.
Like
and then
muscles
send
I
your
haven't really
weights
worked.
to the back. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
So keep your elbows bent, squeeze your shoulder blades together. Your core is still fired up. So you can continue with your arm pulses, or there's so many different exercises you can do to tap into smaller muscles. So we'll do tricep kickbacks. To get into the finer muscles in the back line of your arms. Do you feel that?
Oh, yeah.
Incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And then once again, come back to your breath. So strong exhale as you press your weights out.
How heavy should your weights be?
For this, I would say 3 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah. The misconception is that heavier weights will get it going.
Right.
3 pound weights is just enough.
That's all you need.
And how many reps
I
should you
feel
do?
this.
You know, it could be between 16 to 32.
Okay.
I recommend putting on a really great music. Bop into
Just
the
like
beat.
get-
Have a good
just
time.
forget about it.
Yeah. Have a
What's
great
Warrior 2?
Warrior 2, let's do it. So, step 1 foot forward, your choice of foot.
What's Warrior 1?
Different warrior.
Don't worry about one.
She just ignored you. She said different warrior.
Exactly.
There we go.
So bend your front knee over your front ankle.
Okay.
That's it. Excellent, y'all. So in a traditional Warrior 2, you will have your arms extended north and south, but once again, safety first. So bend your elbows. Think W for Warrior now that you have your weights. Yeah, and
Oh,
then
they're
drop
doing
your
it in the
elbows
control
down.
room. Look at that.
Exactly. Oh, everyone's amazing. So from your Warrior 2, you're grounded in your legs. We'll add the spice of a little exercise in your upper body. Hug your elbows into your sides. Bend your arms to 90 degrees. Yeah, and we'll add some lateral arm raises. So lift your elbows up in line with your shoulders. Come back to your breath. Excellent breath, Chanel.
Thank you.
That's it. Yeah, and there are a number of other different.
Chanel can breathe.
And there are a number of other upper body exercises you can do in your Warrior.
What's
2.
there's one more.
There's the Craig pose we like to call the star pose.
A star pose, yes, exactly. We're all stars here. So coming into your glutes
really funny.
and
We like you.
Thank you. Coming into your core and your glutes. So point your heels and your toes out. Draw your weights into your chest. Inhale, star. Burst your weights tall. Exhale, horse. Draw your weights into your heart center together. That's it. Bend your knees over your toes. And you can stay right here and pulse into your legs. That's it, Craig.
I can feel this.
Or you could add normal wide squats, straighten and bend your legs. Come back to your breath.
Kimberly, thank you.
Thank you.
This was
Frank
helpful.
gave up.
I want to
Well, no, I
take
got
this
the
class.
I got the
Come on
rest.
through.
Great.
There we go.
Oh, we love you guys.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
All right, you can check out these moves and more on today.com/start today. Come back, Kimberly. Third hour of today. We'll be right back after
Thank
this. So what is Warrior 1?
Cannot wait for tomorrow, third hour today. We got Grammy winner Jon Batiste rocking the plaza.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actress and singer Idina Menzel.
We will see you tomorrow.
Have a great Thursday, y'all.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today, Tony-winning actress and singer Idina Menzel is here as she gets ready to drop a brand new album. Then from Oprah to J-Lo and Heidi Klum, meet the woman behind the brows of the biggest stars who shaped her own Hollywood success story. And Salma Hayek opening up about her first kiss, which she called disastrous. Why the actress says the sweet moment just did not go as expected.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody! It is Thursday. It is the 17th day.
I've never heard such a loud clap.
Wow, the crew's
thank
clapping.
you.
know why the crew's clapping? Because they're excited.
They're
Just
excited because Labor Day is coming up, sort of.
Yes, and everyone deserves a break. So I hope if you are thinking about your schedule between now and Labor Day, take some time.
Yes.
The summer's rushing by. Even if it's just a day, take a road trip.
Yeah.
Just for a day.
And
something fun.
even while your kids are back at school, just don't do anything for the morning.
Oh my God.
Call in well.
Yes. Don't try to get all your things done because
No.
you have to go to the store and clean up. Don't do it.
No, you don't need to do
Don't
anything.
do it. Not today.
Although you were just saying you started a reset where
I
you're
did.
trying to be productive and clean.
Yesterday, you know those days when you're gorging from the minute you wake up?
Yes.
That happened to me yesterday, not only here, which I just kept because there was lots going on here, and there's always something to grab and eat.
Yeah,
When we
chips.
were done here, you and I went to a shoot, and we did breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yes.
And we ate everything in sight there. And then yesterday evening, we're going to get to this great party. I ate everything, and then when I got home,
you ordered
I
more?
ordered from Chirpin Chicken a full rack of ribs.
Wait, how many rack comes in a
I don't
full
know.
rack?
It was a big
Is that
thing.
12?
And I was like, I'm not going to eat all of them. And guess what? I did.
Do you get a side with the ribs?
You get coleslaw.
Oh.
And I also got a salad to alleviate the guilt. But when it was all over and I looked at what I'd left behind, I was like, wow, you're unbelievable. So this morning,
Yes.
I opened my eyes and I was like, I turned the shower on super hot, like I wanted to just scorch
Wash
it all
yourself off.
I brushed, flossed, gargled, did all the things. I'm like, today's my reset. I drank 2 full bottles of water.
Wow.
That green juice I drank.
Yeah.
Had a coffee when I came in, and there's still food everywhere, and I abstained.
Look at that.
And I feel so much better
Yes, I
at 10
know.
o'clock. Yesterday, we couldn't stop. We ate everything
I
in
know.
sight.
And at the tea, we were like, oh.
What do we? And they kept saying, "Try it. It's a biscotti. Try it.
It's a scone,
And we were just
try it.
shoveling it in. And you should have seen Jen and I when we eat. You all have seen us on the air. It was like that, but worse.
Yeah,
We
and it was
just kept
supposed to be well
delicate. It wasn't.
And
No,
unfortunately, we just hogged.
Anyway, but let's get to the fun of last
We had
night.
the best time.
So fun.
We celebrated with our incredible team at the Broken Shaker. Look at that cool bar.
And look at that cool team.
The coolest team.
Look at the coolest team. So our 10 o'clock hour went to that beautiful place, that beautiful bar, and we celebrated. We marked a moment.
Yes, we did.
Sometimes you got to mark moments. You
I
can't
love
just
how
let
we.
them all
I feel like
fly
we
by.
should do that at least once, maybe twice a year.
Yes. Getting everybody together, having a cocktail, saying thank you, like all those things.
Yeah.
And I think often you think, well, everybody knows we appreciate them. They know. But you know what? You got to show up and do that. I thought it was so fun.
And didn't you leave feeling like I called Henry on the way home and I said, we have the best team.
Yes.
And sometimes you have to all be together to be like, oh my gosh, how lucky are we? And I know that we all felt that way.
You look around the room and you were like, oh my gosh, we really have amazing people who work on our show.
We sure do.
Producers, researchers, everybody.
Well, so towards the end, not even towards the end, really right in the middle, I looked around the room.
Yes.
And I couldn't see you, but then I felt a small kiss.
I kissed you on your back.
That was like your Houdini.
Yes.
You couldn't say bye.
I
but
was
you could-
acknowledging I was leaving, and then I zip.
But by the time I turned around to see
I
who
was
had kissed me
already
on the
gone.
back, because my husband won there, I thought it was in a workplace environment. Who could be doing this? Turned around, you had already gotten on the elevator.
I was gone. I was
She
gone.
sprinted off and puffed into thin air. And then when I left, about 35, 40 minutes later, I realized
What, you said goodbye to each and every person?
I have a very different way of leaving parties. Like, I also sort of pre-leave where I'm like, okay, guys,
I've
better,
gotta go.
I
And then
better
you
go.
stay.
Well, and then I'm
Oh.
over there talking about how the Jell-O shots were melting, and then I'm
Those
over
were good
here.
Jell-O shots, by the way.
They were great.
They were really
but
good.
they melt by the end. They
got
melted.
melted,
yeah.
yeah.
But that's okay. That's our fault. Then I was telling every single person
a story.
Well, I've really got to go. Then I just went back, wasn't gone, told every
Well,
single person goodbye.
See, here's the difference. I pulled up, the party was at 4, I pulled up at 3:30.
3:30?
Yeah, I made a call.
So you were sitting by yourself?
No, I made 2 calls in the car.
Okay.
I came in, me and Megan were sitting there together. And then I am the greeter, like as if it's welcome in, good to see you. Hi. So I do all of my stuff on
the
front
beginning.
end. And then and you do your stuff at the back end.
Yeah, I think I actually could be better about just leaving.
when it's over.
Yeah.
But a lot of people do that. They linger. You're a lingerer.
It's so fun. It was
I know.
hard to leave.
It was a fun party.
Okay, Salma Hayek is revealing that her first kiss did not go exactly as planned. In a new interview with W Magazine, she admitted that she wanted the kiss to taste good.
Yeah, she said, I kept putting honey on my lips. I guess so that he would think that it was a great
Sweet.
kiss. And then she said, and I burned my mouth and I had an infestation of ants in my bedroom. So something that started real romantic turned out to be kind of a disaster.
Isn't that hilarious?
I mean, I remember the Bonnie Bell lip gloss days with the little roller ball, and it was like strawberry bubble gum.
Yeah,
And it
Coca-Cola.
was Coca-Cola.
Remember Coca-Cola?
Oh my God, I forgot that was one
Isn't
of the
that weird
flavors.
that Coca-Cola was a flavor?
That was a flavor. But you'd put it on your lips, and your lips looked like you just ate ribs. It looked like that. It looked like that kind of wet
Yeah.
look. And then you thought you were ready.
Did you ever play spin the bottle?
Yes.
Me too.
Yes. And?
Well, and it hit me, and it hit another.
Yes. Wasn't it so weird? Spin the bottle was like your heart was pounding.
I don't know that they still play that these days. Do they?
I don't know. I don't know.
But-
Does anyone have kids that age?
I don't
know.
Not us. I mean, but I will say I was Mila's age when I had my first kiss. I
Wait,
was
how did that come to
4th
be,
grade.
that first kiss?
Younger than Mila.
Oh, geez.
Whoa.
How did that kiss come?
Spin the bottle.
Oh.
We had a boy and girl party. We were kind of young, but it was the 90s, so
Yeah,
it felt like...
yeah, you were loud.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But do you remember kissing boys and they kind of like had just eaten a Cheeto? Or a Dorito? And then your braces are kind of hitting, and it's like all of a sudden you have
And
Cheetos.
you don't know how to do it?
No, and you don't know, but you're like, wow,
What's going on
Does that
here?
taste like Doritos
Yeah,
or
and
is
you're
it
like,
Cheetos?
do I like it or not like it?
Yeah, wasn't
You
that
can't-
weird,
that
but
was
also
weird.
fun?
We loved it. Okay, so according to the New York Times, there's a new texting term, brand new.
Yes.
That all the young people are doing that we weren't aware of. So don't say LOL anymore.
Okay. Say
Idgebol. Is that right?
Idgebol.
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 Guess this is what it stands for. Ready? I just burst out laughing.
Idgebol.
Idgebol. It's going to be hard for me. LOL is so much easier to remember. It's like SOS.
But first of all, Idgebol and LOL are probably not really happening when you say they're happening.
I say LOL all the time.
I know, but were you really laughing out loud?
Well, I'm laughing.
Out loud? That's all. And each bowl, you're not doing that.
Sometimes you do get something. and
Sometimes
you're
you
like,
giggle, but LOL is like.
Will, yeah, that's right. You're right. It should be
Okay.
each bowl. Laugh. Wait, what is it?
Laughing.
Okay, it don't
Okay,
matter.
it doesn't matter.
Okay, there's also some other new texting night acronyms, okay? So let's put ourselves to the test. The first one is
WYLL.
how do you say that? Will?
The first one stands for
Will you love?
no.
Will you?
No.
Why not?
What
you look like.
Oh, what you look like.
So are you writing to that to somebody you don't know, or
Yeah.
like if somebody you're wondering what somebody's wearing?
Somebody's wearing, or you don't know them?
We don't know.
Okay, let's hope it's what someone's wearing.
Okay.
If you don't know them, don't be texting them.
Will.
Okay,
Okay.
next one. MBN. Maybe.
Might be.
Must be nice.
Oh, MBN. Must be nice.
All right.
I love that we can't even
Here's the
figure
next
any
one.
of these
Okay,
out.
here, wait. Let's do this one. NGL.
NGL.
Not gonna lie.
Ooh! Have you done that before?
No, but I know that one. I don't know why. Because I guess I'm hip.
Wow, you're so cool.
You're
I can't
welcome.
believe you know that. All
Okay.
right, y'all, coming up, the buzziest pop culture of the week.
Including a fun new rom-com and more coming up right after this. We are back with Bravo personality and our friend, Darren Karp. She's always got her finger on the pulse, doesn't she?
Oh, she really
I
does.
try to.
Yes,
You
you
do.
do.
You
Yes.
have it right there, and
Yes.
she's going to tell us the 5 hottest things in pop culture right now in a series we like to call What's Poppin'?
All right, take us to number 5, honey.
All right, number 5.
Yes.
We've got Red, White, and Royal Blue. Have you
Oh.
heard of this yet?
Tell us about it.
Everybody's talking about it.
Okay, this is out on Amazon Prime right now. It's the story of the son of the American president's kind of rivalry with British Prince Henry. Okay,
Oh,
yeah, just a little name change there. In order for the world order not to fall apart, they kind of have to feign to be friends,
Yeah.
and it turns into falling in love. It's kind of this beautiful gay rom-com. It's one of those movies you just kind of have to believe and dive in and just enjoy it. It is rated R, however, so it's not
Okay.
necessarily
For
good for the
kids.
whole family.
Got it. Okay.
By the way, it's based on a book, which was so much fun, too.
Okay.
Okay, tell us what's poppin' at number 4.
Number 4, Depp v. Heard, which just dropped on Netflix yesterday. Obviously, this is a 3-part documentary series that centers around the trial that kind of rocked the nation between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. That it gripped all of us.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Why are we all so fascinated with this case? Because they're famous, because of the details.
What didn't the jury see?
He just kicked me.
It didn't happen.
I don't know who to believe.
Heard Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
This is not so much about the legal merit, but rather what the public perception is.
And that leads us to the real question, which is, what is the actual truth?
Oh.
Yes.
By the way, that looks interesting. So they take footage from the actual trial.
And they do side by sides, and then basically, the defamation trial really, it essentially changed her entire perception. And so it also dives in. Emma Cooper brings us this documentary, and Emma dives into how social media really played an impact on how we saw Amber Heard and how that really impacted the trial. Because social media, court of public opinion really does kind of matter as much as it probably shouldn't. But it's a
Okay.
really good documentary.
Take us to number 3.
Okay, number 3, The Real Housewives of Salt Lake
Girl,
City.
back to your home.
This is your favorite.
This is where I live, guys.
Why is this not number 1.
Andy should pay me. You know what I mean? My Winter Queens are back for season 4 on our sister network, Bravo, of course, one of my favorites. New season premieres on September 5th. I cannot wait. The world is kind of on bated breath. Jen Shaw got sentenced to 6.5 years, so she's not going to be on this season of The Real Housewives of Salt Lake. But in more fascinating news, Mary Cosby, who made a definitive splash during the first season or 2 of Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, she's coming back as a friend. She married her step-grandfather. That was kind of the big... There you go. I was leaving that there for you guys.
We missed that.
Yeah, no,
She
you guys missed
married
them.
her step-grandfather.
That is correct. And we're also adding a new member to the cast, an ex-Mormon named Monica Garcia. The season's going to be explosive, firing on all casts. Am I the only one to ever tell you guys that she married herself? Yes.
I did not.
That was the first time we heard that, and we're still
information
stuck
process.
there.
Yep, I'm giving it to you in the morning. Morning cup of coffee.
Grandfather.
Correct.
Okay. Wow.
Yep.
What do you have for number 2?
Number 2 is my favorite. I have been using the 10% Happier app, okay? I decided to learn a little meditation, and since last December, I've been doing it every single day. It gives guided meditation and courses to help you focus, change bad habits. It has common questions, all through guided different meditators. It is wonderful. It's laid out perfectly. This is actually from Dan Harris, who wrote a book by the same name. I read that book, and it does really promise not to necessarily change your life, but it does make you 10% happier and just learn to begin again. I really, really love it.
All right, bring us to number 1.
You can't get over the step-grandfather.
No,
Number
no,
1.
duck.
But we're here.
John
John
Baptiste's
Baptiste's
new album.
Yes.
I love that you love it. Who doesn't love John
adore
Baptiste?
him.
I mean, how could you not? His new album, World Music Radio, is dropping tomorrow on Friday, and this is sort of described as a sonic passport for the ears. It's been 2 years since his last Grammy Award-winning album, We Are. 2 singles have already been released, Drink Water, and my first personal favorite, Calling Your Name. Let's take a listen.
I would get so lost in my feelings.
Don't you love it? Right?
So good.
This is amazing. He's also joining you guys on the Plaza tomorrow. I don't know if
Are you
know
coming?
that.
You gotta come.
Of course I am. I'm going to
Okay.
be dancing along with you guys.
Oh,
Come on.
my
Amazing. Doing
gosh.
this.
We're
So
still,
good.
but you know what? Only John Baptiste could take us out of the step-grandfather.
I got you out of your loop.
Thank you.
I got you out of your
You got
loop.
us there.
Thank you, John
Jen,
Baptiste.
we adore you. Coming up next, the one and only Idina Menzel.
She's got something new that'll make you want to get up and dance coming up after this.
Oh my
What?
gosh. Is this the new music?
I can't already.
Oh my gosh. I can't stop moving
Oh
my
my gosh.
shoulders. Okay, after getting the start in the original cast of Rent and originating the role of Elphaba and Wicked, Idina Menzel has become one of the most recognizable voices on Broadway and beyond.
Well, now this Tony winner is taking her talents to the dance floor with a new album. It's called Drama Queen. We kind of have to start there because it's so good. Drama Queen. I love the title.
Yes.
How did that come to
I'm
you?
reclaiming the word. I think that
Totally.
it's cool to be a drama queen. It's cool to have bold, deep feelings and be passionate and fiery and romantic and very sensitive and vulnerable at the same time. It makes us really cool human beings. doesn't it?
I love that, and I love that
But
music.
also, I mean, a dance album.
Yes.
Not something you've done before.
No. I didn't want to do what people expected of me. I didn't overthink it. It was quarantine. I was like, what was I going to do? And I just wanted to do music where people didn't have to behave so much. And they could
Yes.
just get up and dance. And
Do you think you got, I mean, you
Oh my gosh, look at this video.
Oh, jeez. Oh my God,
I'm
this
living
is
my
so
best life.
fun.
This is amazing.
I'm living my best life.
So did it feel freeing to do something like this? I mean, Broadway's obviously been your thing, and a lot of us know
Yes.
you from that.
Yeah.
So did that just feel sort of freeing for you?
Totally. And I don't think I'm a very good dancer, but I had this choreographer, Richie, and he surrounded me with really hot dancers. And it just makes me look good. And they kind of would tell me how to move. And
how fun.
Do you like to go out dancing? Like, because I feel like this is going to be played in clubs.
Yeah, I went and I surprised everyone at a club in West Hollywood, and I brought my mom because it was her 75th birthday, and the whole place in like jock straps. Can I say that on television? And their butts were out, and they all sang "Happy Birthday" to my mom. It was great.
She must be so proud of
She
you, though.
loved
Does she,
it.
what does she think about what happened to you in your life and your career?
Oh, well, she would say I always knew it was going to happen. So
You think she did?
Always believed in me, and you know. So yeah, she's happy.
Your breadth of work.
Yeah.
Like I told Hoda this morning, I did a Peloton ride and they played.
They put it on?
Yeah, they played "Take Me or Leave."
From
Rent. Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a good song.
Well, actually, I enjoyed it, and it's been in my
Does it
head
have
all
the
day.
right rhythm?
Yeah. Well, it was for the cool down, but regardless.
See, I told you.
Regardless, like you can do everything.
Uh-huh.
And as a little kid, were you a little drama queen? Were you like just acting?
I was jumping up from behind the couch, and you know, my grandpa had a grandpa Nathan, who's not with us anymore. He used to say, "Ladies and germs," which probably wouldn't be accepted today, but so please welcome to the stage, Miss Adina. And I jump up and start singing my songs, probably something from Annie or something at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you have a 14-year-old son, about to be 14.
Yes.
So what does he think when he sees you sing?
Oh, he's super proud of me when he actually sees me sing.
Yeah.
He's very proud. But is at home that he just tells me to kind of be quiet when
Wait,
he hears
what?
me sing.
What about in the car? How does he feel?
Oh, in the car, if I sing in front of his friends, I
What
mean,
does he do?
Well, if it was in the car in front of the friend, well, no, he doesn't just give me the stink eye. He'd be like, "Mom,
please."
zip it."
What would you be singing in the car in front of his friends?
Anything we're lit, probably like hip hop, like Jay-Z or something, trying to sing along, and that's completely embarrassing.
Okay, you've been all over TikTok.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
really
I'm
fun.
doing good.
Yes,
you're
you are.
You're not
I'm
just doing
doing
great. You're
good.
going viral. People are obsessed with you.
I'm trying. I was, very reluctant.
You're hilarious. Wait, what are you doing here?
That's from my other song, Dramatic. Yeah. Oh my God, that I got a lot of crap for. That one. Yeah, that's my trampoline in the back.
Can you believe how much traction you get for doing some of those crazy little
It's
things?
like I always call the record label and say, "Can I just have some money to do like an amazing music video, glamour, wardrobe, makeup?" And I said, "You get the most attention. We just open your refrigerator and sing your song while you're holding orange juice and making pancakes. Like that's all I have to do. Can I do
Well, you know what
more?"
else is giving you a lot of attention is your moonwalk. Everybody's talking about it.
I have.
How did you master this?
Yes.
I think it was when I used to go to sing it when I used to be at bar mitzvahs when I was little. Yeah. Are you seeing this?
Yes,
Can
we're
I get to
watching
it?
you.
How
there
dare
it is.
you go?
Yeah, like back in the 80s when I was would it have been 13? Yeah, in the 80s, they had Michael Jackson lookalikes and they'd hand out a glove.
Yeah.
And then they'd teach you, those dancing people would teach you, party starters, teach you how to moonwalk. Do you want me to teach you?
Yes.
I have to get,
Your shoes are fab.
I wear socks like this underneath. See, you might have a problem if I ask you to try it.
Because we're barefoot?
Your feet, I was going to say sweaty feet, but I don't want to
that too.
assume.
Well,
that
that's
they're
probably
sweaty.
correct. At least they're not crusty.
So I take off my choreographer Richie. He choreographed it into the set so that the dancers
so show
unzip
us.
my boots and then.
Oh.
Let me do it again. So you just push off.
I think we're just walking backwards. I think we're like this. Wait, do it again.
Okay,
so
one
you
more
push
time.
off of
You
what?
push your ball of your foot like back, and slide it like that. You
I
know?
think we got it.
I think we had it. You didn't see it. We love
We
you.
adore you.
We love you.
I feel like I want to go to Ibiza and dance to her music.
Get Adina's album. It's called Drama Queen, and it is out tomorrow.
Oh my God,
Let's go.
so much fun.
Yes.
Coming up next, Joe, a simple dish you'll want to eat all summer long after this.
Cause tonight I'll come first if you're standing in my way.
Okay, when it's summertime, you want to eat light and fresh. We've got a salad that will hit the spot.
Yeah, not just any salad though, a steak and strawberry salad that you can whip up in minutes with the help of Michael Vignola, Vignola, right?
Yep.
Executive chef of Catch Hospitality Group, one of the hottest
Catch
restaurants
is
around.
hot, baby. Okay, so we are going to make this delicious salad.
Yep. Things that grow together go together, right? So we're going to do tomatoes and strawberries. We got these beautiful Harry's berries that we've just hand crushed. We're going to make a simple vinaigrette in our shaker bottle.
Okay.
Can you lovely ladies help me out?
Sure.
We're going to pour our honey in there.
Okay.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, a little bit of our honey. We have our minced shallots already in there.
Okay.
A little bit of Dijon mustard. This is going to be your base.
Okay.
Then we're going to pour our acid in, which is our balsamic vinegar.
Yum.
Okay.
Whoops. Right in there.
And
Not
then-
yet.
Oh.
We're going to put a little bit of our strawberry must in there.
So that's just that's
Just
strawberry
hand
and
crushed.
just strawberries or strawberries and tomatoes.
Just strawberries.
Okay.
Crush them up.
I can
Okay.
let's-
Give that a good shake first.
Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
Shake, shake,
Just
shake.
mix it. Pour that oil in.
Now, how come you wait to the end to pour the oil in?
Because you want to make sure your base is nice and solidified, right?
Okay, got it.
Then you mix your
But how
oil.
smart is that to make something in
that jar?
Just store it in your fridge, you know,
Totally.
little leftovers. There's our vinaigrette.
I bet that would work on just about any food.
Okay, so now you bought it a beautiful filet mignon.
Straight from Catch Steak, you have a beautiful center cut filet mignon. You know,
Okay.
nice light. We're going to season it liberally. A little bit of salt. You want to season it from up high so it spreads out and cooks a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit of cracked black pepper. Get it in there. Don't be shy.
And flip it and do the same.
Same on both sides, right?
Yeah.
And I know it looks like a lot of salt. I promise it's not.
Yeah, because it'll come off when you.
Well, it's going to be your magnifying glass, the flavor, salt.
Okay. Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it enhances everything.
Okay, so-
Nice, hot, ripping cast iron pan.
Wow.
For my apartment dwellers here in the city, turn your smoke alarms off.
Oh, no
We're gonna let
kidding.
this go.
Yeah, open your windows.
I
You
know,
wanna
that's how
cook
we do.
this about 4 minutes on each side to a medium rare, then add a minute per each side. Very important that we let our steaks rest after cooking, or else it'll bleed out all over the plate. Kind of like how
Okay.
mom would do it when you were a
Okay.
kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
While that's cooking
that
and
smells
searing,
so good.
Smells great.
we have these beautiful tomatoes from Union Square Green Market here.
Okay.
Wow.
We're just going to treat them simply. Again, want to marinate them a little bit. A little bit of salt.
Right.
And a tiny pinch of sugar on each one.
Oh, that's
Wow.
interesting.
Let them macerate, brings out that natural sweetness in there just a tiny
Just
bit.
a little. Okay.
Keeps them nice and juicy.
Okay.
While that's cooking, we have our beautiful salad here. Baby arugula, straight from Long Island Saturn Farms. Some beautiful Belgian endives.
Beautiful.
Gives you that crunch and everything
Like
in
that.
there.
Yep.
Cucumbers.
Sliced cucumbers.
Yep.
Sprinkle them in.
Mm-hmm.
Shaved red onions. These have been blanched in a little bit of ice water to take out that burn, that
Yeah,
raw
yeah,
onion
yeah.
flavor.
Okay.
Right. Sprinkle that in there. And then again, talking about our Harry's berries. They're organically farmed in California.
Yeah.
Height of the season, the best strawberries you can buy.
Okay.
Really use copious amounts.
You have to get the best produce because otherwise nothing is that good.
You know, Catch Hospitality, we really like to buy the best, treat it simply,
Yeah.
showcase it, let it shine on the plate.
Okay.
Would you like to toss this for us?
Sure.
Get in there.
Now, what
Okay.
happens
Drizzle
with these
some of our
tomatoes?
vinaigrette.
Do we need to add the tomatoes?
Not yet. Those are going to be the base of our salad.
Ah.
Oh, so you put them first.
A little bit of our vinaigrette. Yeah, we're going to put those down on the plate.
Okay.
Whoops.
No worries.
Looks good.
Okay.
Should I flip this or are we still?
Yes, please, if you would like to. I was come back around.
Okay.
Now we're gonna slice.
These are our tomatoes.
Okay.
Look at that.
This is our
Perfect.
steak that's been resting. Look at that beautiful
Look
crust
at
you put on there.
that.
We're gonna take a little bit of our vinaigrette, pour it on the bottom here.
Fancy.
Let's see.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you gotta do it up. It's a Today Show.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit of our yellow tomatoes.
Pretty.
A little bit of our red tomato down there.
Okay.
Again,
Beautiful.
you got a little bit of vinaigrette on the bottom. So as you're getting it, you're eating it.
Okay.
We're gonna slice our steak.
Now, how do you slice it? Just straight?
Straight down.
Okay.
Right? You wanna go with the grain. You wanna see that beautiful color.
Mm-hmm.
See it's nice and juicy, no blood on the plate. It's been well rested. It's gonna taste delicious.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm gonna take a nice
Take a little of your
bit
salad.
of our salad here.
Okay.
Pardon my hands.
Place
Just
it
kind of
right.
mound it up there.
Yeah.
You know, you want to keep it simple, rustic. It's summertime, not too much
Yeah.
fuss. This is great for lunch, breakfast, dinner.
Simple, beautiful.
Yeah. Good way to
Summer
showcase
salad.
your leftovers from Catch Steak.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
There you go.
Now you're adding the steak.
Even your
and-
kids will eat it.
Beautiful.
A little bit of steak on top.
Look at that.
Perfect.
Now,
You
do
can't forget to
do you add
finish
more
with a little bit of
dressing, or
salt.
that's it? You just use the dressing on the bottom?
So you can if you like.
Right.
Each his own. You have a little bit extra. Me personally, I like more of a drier salad to let the steak really showcase.
Awesome.
Okay.
That looks beautiful.
This is for you, lady.
Thank you.
Ooh,
Thank you so
you.
much, Michael. And to get this recipe, you can go to today.com/food.
that one.
Up
Thank
next,
you.
show Oprah, J-Lo, Heidi. To some of the A-list clients. The
Michael.
beauty guru Anastasia Soar.
Yeah, Bobby's going to introduce us to her coming up right after this. Oh my God.
Back now with the story of a mom who created an eyebrow empire, and it all began 25 years ago.
Today, contributor Bobby Thomas caught up with Anastasia Soare and found the founder and CEO of Anastasia Beverly Hills. Bobby, this is so exciting.
This is such a special piece. She is the woman behind the brows of the biggest stars in Hollywood. And to say her efforts have been a success would be an understatement. Forbes ranked you in the top 50 of America's self-made women. Anastasia is here, and we'll chat with her in a moment. But first, a look at her incredible journey.
Who can get Oprah, Jennifer Lopez, Cindy Crawford, Kim Kardashian, and Heidi Klum in the same room? None other than Anastasia Soare. A who's who of A-listers gathered earlier this year to celebrate the beauty brand and the enterprising woman behind it, who elevated shaping eyebrows into an art form.
You bring people together, and it's so important for you to connect and elevate other women.
I always wanted to connect people, to connect my clients, to give them an opportunity to be seen, to be heard.
And while her Instagram is filled with supermodels, glitz, and tons of glam, Anastasia's story wasn't always so pretty.
You left Romania when you were 30 with a 2-year-old. You didn't speak any English. Take me back. What was that like?
I was dreaming of Hollywood. I was dreaming of America. And the moment I came here, I realized it's very hard. I think for the first 6 months, I cried every day.
Where did you get the courage?
I had a dream. I wanted to be significant. I wanted to prove that I am capable of doing something.
Anastasia began working as an esthetician doing facials, but she realized something was missing.
I was kind of surprised that nobody paid attention to eyebrows. And I remember my art teacher talking the importance of eyebrows. When you draw a portrait, you could change an emotion by changing eyebrows.
Anastasia approached the salon owner about offering eyebrows as a service. The answer was no. All the motivation she needed to open her own salon in 1997. The rest is history.
Anastasia is the eyebrow queen in this country. You will not find anybody better than her on the planet for doing brows.
I was invited at Oprah show to do her eyebrows live. I think that was, I came back and the phone will not stop ringing for 6 months. That was an incredible moment.
The Anastasia Beverly Hills salon exploding into a multi-million-dollar brand.
I know the business is what a lot of people see and associate you with, but your fiercest role has been mom.
I think for me it was very important to have her working with me because I was working so long hours and I always felt guilty that I didn't spend enough time with her.
Claudia now serves as the company's president, a powerhouse in her own right.
You elevated your mom's iconic brand into the modern world online. Like, you need to take credit for that.
I mean, I'm glad it worked. That's for sure. You know, she didn't have an avenue or like $100 million advertising budget to say like, how do I launch Pat a makeup line? I was like, I know exactly how.
And though they have a loving mother-daughter relationship, for Anastasia, business is business.
Taking a peek back, it wasn't always perfect though. You did fire Claudia at one point.
She told me, she says, if you're ever late again, I'm gonna fire you. And I was like, you're not gonna fire me. I was like, she's not gonna fire me. And she did. She totally fired me. I came and I begged her for my job back.
How hard was that for you?
It wasn't hard because I always believe you have to be disciplined in life. And from the beginning, I never treat her as, because she was my daughter, to be special. I think I was harder on her than all the other employees.
So here we are, home away from home.
Exactly, this is my home.
Whether it's launching new products or taking care of her loyal clients, for Anastasia, it all comes back to making women feel beautiful.
I have here Helen. She is a client, OG, original client.
What is it about her besides her skill?
I mean, she just treats everybody equally and gives you love and kindness.
Touch it here.
Mm-hmm.
Tip of the nose.
Middle of the iris, highest part of your eyebrows. You don't even need to use too much.
Okay, the moment of magic.
Ta-da! Woo! Gorgeous. Oh my God. The best! I love them.
Oh my God. Amazing.
Wow.
Anastasia, welcome. So we just got to look at your journey.
Yeah.
What is it like for you to look back and see all that you've accomplished?
Wow, it's incredible to look back. And I came in this country without speaking the language, having the money, and
look what you've done.
Listen, and she has mentored so many people, including me. You are so sweet, but she is tough.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've met anyone that's worked as hard. She's been in New York less than
Yes.
48 hours, and she hasn't sat still. And at 11:15, I said, I have to go to bed.
You met Anastasia a long time ago.
Over 20 years ago, we hung out on the
Amazing.
floor of her closet and had drinks, and she told me to buck up, Buttercup.
Wait, what, is that what she said?
Buck up, Buttercup.
But like, you know, she wanted me to work and chase my dreams and not a guy. And so, I mean, for me as a young girl in the beauty business, where you had really started to achieve major success, she's made time for so many other people. And it's an honor to be able to celebrate you right now.
Thank you. But I think it's important to support each other. Women should support each other and just share the wisdom, because we all are capable of doing so much. It's just we don't think that we are capable.
Yeah, and by the way, you got to go back to her closet.
You have no idea. This is what brows
Oh, this is it right here. Wow.
I know she's very shy. She's going to kill me for sharing this, but
I can't believe she did that.
Because I was expecting to do the interview on the floor of your closet, but it was too fancy because it's like a football field of shoes.
Whoa.
But every single one she's earned on her own.
Well, one eyebrow at a time.
One eyebrow at a time.
Anastasia is sticking around. She's going to share her secrets for the perfect brows for all of y'all right after this.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was.
And we're back with Bobbi Thomas and Anastasia Soare, the CEO and founder of the multi-million-dollar beauty brand. It's called Anastasia Beverly Hills.
Yeah, and Anastasia is going to show us her magic. How to get the perfect
on
brows.
Bobbi.
So if you are home and you want to figure out where your eyebrow should begin, it's above middle of inside of the nostril, right there. This is my patent formula, and you have to keep it because it's going to give you the best. Corner outside of the nose, after,
right
corner
there.
of your eyes. This is the end, and tip of your nose, middle of the eye is the
That's the
highest part. So then what you do, this is the brow wiz. You outline, and you will be able to create a little bit thicker eyebrow, like Bobbi.
Because I overplucked.
Yeah,
Well,
you know what?
Everybody did.
Yeah. Everybody did. So you fill this in with a color lighter than your hair.
Lighter than your hair.
Okay, yes, because you
All
want to
these
create
tips.
the shadow, and then the brow pen.
The magic.
The magic.
What is that?
You,
Let's
the
see.
way you use it,
I
you
wanna
shake, you clean it, and you create hairs like strokes.
Oh,
Look
you're
at that.
drawing hairs on it.
She created the
like
coolest
this.
products.
Yes. You see how perfect this fills in?
So every time Hoda compliments my eyebrows,
is all the
it's
time.
Anastasia. It's that she taught me how to do
Yes.
this.
By the
You
way,
became
and the fact
expert.
that you were into art many years ago, and that you realized through
Yeah.
being an artist,
Being a painter.
that brows
yes.
matter.
Yes.
Because the art teacher said that that's the most important part to lift
But
the
it's
face.
science, you know, to create the perfect balance and proportion with the face. Eyebrow is the most important part of your face. It's the best feature. And why we use makeup.
And I just want to say,
Yes.
because so many people associate you with celebrity and you are an artist, the whole reason she built the brand is she wanted people at home to do it, and those you can. Because I
Well,
learned.
let's go back to your celebrities. So having Oprah and everybody, that was such a great party.
Amazing.
That was a wonderful party and a testament that this is for 30 years. All those women gave me the confidence to feel like don't
You're
stop.
the
Don't
most
stop.
And you're passing it
incredible.
on.
And we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye. That was awesome. But
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated. We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
You get stuff done. Okay, you get stuff done. Has that been kind of the secret sauce? Because you're not here by accident, obviously. You're a talented human being. You've got all the things going for you. But how much did that play into your success?
I am goal-oriented. I am solution-oriented. I don't get stuck in a problem. I like to, figure it out. And I feel like when you can figure it out, then you move a lot faster than people who kind of get stuck. And I used to, when I was younger, I would definitely get stuck. But I think being in the industry kind of teaches you that, survival of the fittest, and the only way you kind of survive is by actually doing the work and getting stuff done.
But it means you got to be confident in your voice. When did that come to you?
I think I didn't know any different when I started working first, because I was 17 or 18. I was a teenager, and to me, it didn't matter what I got paid. I was just happy to get the job. I was really happy to be in the mix. I was really happy to get, I was learning the craft. I'd never been to school, acting school or anything. So, my observations were just, what is everyone else doing around me? How can I learn? And I think that's something I still have. I'm a student of life. I don't expect that I know everything. So when I ask for something, it never comes from a place of, even now, it doesn't come from a place of I expect this done. It comes from a place of here's why it needs to be done. Mm-hmm. I come with reason because I don't like being told no to. So I make the situation such that it's hard to say no, where I'll be like, this is why it's necessary. Here's why we should make the change. I'm not someone who likes conflict. I love collaboration. So I always make it, and that started very young. I feel like when you give people, I learned, and I tell young girls this, specifically girls, but mostly for young people, is confidence is not, it's self-taught.
We'll talk about, self-confidence from being a kid. You came to this country, I think you were 13. Most 13s, there's no more awkward or insecure or scared time in your life than that little window right there. Yet somehow you had the moxie to come here. You had the moxie to say, I want to try this. That's big confidence for a kid that age.
It was. I don't know if I had the confidence. I think I just didn't know any better. I was just really excited about going to America, because to me, American high schools were like, Beverly Hills 90210 or like Saved by the Bell. We had to wear uniforms because the socioeconomic background of most children is very different. So to create uniformity in school, it's mandatory to have uniforms. Whereas in America, you could wear whatever you want. Plus, I was also in a girls' school till I was in the 12th grade. So the added benefit of, being around boys was very enticing at that point.
Yes. So wait, were you, I was always embarrassed about boys and dating at that age. I always wondered, would anyone even look my way? What did you feel like when you were that age?
I liked looking. I didn't know I could do anything about it. But I kind of like, I went to boarding school when I was in third grade. My mom sent me to boarding school because my parents they had just, exited the army and they were setting up their own private practice. And when I went there as a baby. But when I came back to my parents' home and went back to my school, I was like, I'm a woman. You haven't lived. You still live with your parents. I went to boarding school. I lived by myself. I had this with my classmates, I had this crazy sense of confidence when I would tell them what happens when you don't have adults supervising you. And they used to look up at me as if I had had this magical experience at Narnia, which was inaccurate. I just kind of made it up. And I realized, I think, looking back, I think a lot of confidence comes from, I don't like to say fake it till you make it because I don't believe in faking anything. I think talking to yourself and having a dialogue with yourself which hypes you to be what you need to be is a very healthy thing. And I think in different phases of my life, I kind of taught myself or learned how to be my own hype girl. And it kind of helped me navigate many really crazy situations, like especially coming to America at 13. And
did you have friends? Did you feel a part of something, or?
Eventually I made friends, but in the beginning, this is the first, say 3 or 4 weeks when I didn't know anyone. And I used to the vending machine was easy. I preferred my own environment because I just didn't understand how to navigate hallways, how to find homeroom, how to go to a cafeteria, how do you grab a tray. All that was new for me. So I think I observed for the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then I got the confidence because I had seen what kids do. I got the confidence to walk into the cafeteria, and I was like, all right, now I know what to do. I'm not going to look like an idiot.
Did you ever feel, I felt this way when I was in school for much of my life. My parents came here from Egypt, and they wanted us to be red, white, and blue.
How old were you?
I was born in the States, but they came here as newlyweds, and my brother, sister, and I were all born here. But somehow you always are kind of different. Like, I remembered playing Spin the Bottle when I was probably in 6th grade, and I was praying it would land on Todd, and it did. And when he looked at me when it landed, he said, I think that's going too far. And I'll never forget it. It was like a knife in my heart because I had dreamt of that moment. But it kind of reminded me that sometimes you aren't quite in with the other kids, and that kind of underscored it for me. I didn't know what your experiences were like in school. Did you feel like you fit or not?
No, I didn't think I ever fit. And I don't know if it had to do with me being Indian or it had to do with me being non-American. I think that's kind of what it was. I was an immigrant kid. I spoke differently. I tried to fit in a lot. I changed a lot of my identity when I was in 9th grade to kind of fit in. I was in Queens for a short period, like a couple of semesters, because my aunt, who I was living with, was moving around. And living in New York just in 9th grade made me realize that the world is not just one type of people. There are so many different kinds of people. And then after that, when I moved around, I kind of had an arsenal of that, if you're made to feel isolated, it's not kind of true, because Queens was like this incredible melting pot of people from Ethiopia to people from Afghanistan to in my own block, I met people from everywhere in the world. It was incredible. But I never felt like I fit into school because I came from a conservative family. My family wasn't about, you can go out at 9, you can date boys, that stuff didn't exist. So, and that was very different. And I had to kind of explain it, why I can't talk to boys. So that would be really embarrassing, even though I was someone who liked the attention, even though I was someone who liked to wear makeup. And I would come back home dressed in whatever I went to school in. But when I went to school, I would change it to the shortest shorts and crop tops and, do all of that stuff. But trying to fit in is such a big part of being a teenager that I think I did the same thing. But I remember my crush was Seth, and he had green hair, and this was me, and he never knew I existed. I may have mustered up the courage to say hi once, and that was the only time he looked at me, and he just smiled and walked away. But he was never in my league. And I absolutely understand what you felt. But the fact that he smiled at me or even looked at me when I said hi, or I think I passed him a pencil or something, he was in front of me. But he looked at me and my day was made.
There's so many things that shaped you and formed who you are. As you're talking, you're someone who uses your hands, and I love that. And of course, you've got a tattoo I see that says, Daddy's Little Girl. And I was thinking about you and that moment and what an impact your father has had on you in your lifetime. And we have a lot in common. My dad passed away too. I was in college when it happened to me, but I remembered thinking like, thank you. I remembered wondering one day, and I asked myself this question too, what did you lose that day? So what did you lose the day your father passed?
I think I lost my greatest cheerleader. I felt like that for the longest time. And don't get me wrong, my mom was cheering me all the way. And, you know, she handles my whole life when I'm out to work. Like she's with the baby right now while I'm talking to you, you know, and makes my life completely amazing and has been my mentor from when I was a kid. But my dad was my cheerleader. He used to get so excited if I ever won an award, if I signed a new movie. He was my hype guy. He would love just standing and watching me be, you know, on set, just being me. He just loved that. He would just want to be around to watch me do what I do. And that was a very isolating feeling when he left. I kind of was very disoriented. I felt like, you know, I don't know how to cheer myself on. I didn't know how to get excited. I went into a really dark place because I was very, very close to my father. Cancer is a really bad disease. To see the deterioration of a human being. And my father was a defense army man. You know, he used to wear his, you know, uniform and ride in his bike and handsome, tall, and life of a party. And then to see what that disease did to him in his last few days kind of really broke me as well. But I felt like I had lost my cheerleader. I think that's what I lost that day.
A lot of us go through life and we always compare someone who we fall in love with our fathers. I think it's a natural way that we go through life. You need someone who measures up somehow. Well, look at you. You found this wonderful, wonderful man. What was it about him, and what is it about your love story that you think makes this so magical and makes it work?
He's my cheerleader. He's the most secure man I've ever been with. He gets extremely excited at my wins. He takes off my extensions at the end of the night. He fixes my dress when I walk off stage and makes sure it looks right when I'm on the carpet. He brings me my coffee first thing in the morning. He's all the things that, you know, a girl dreams of, and you kind of never end up having it when, you know, you have all of those aspirations and you're let down. But My husband is the kindest, most generous, gentle, thoughtful man, and also extremely intelligent and patient. He's just so even-tempered, can handle any kind of thing thrown at him, and also has the ability to be vulnerable with me, honest and vulnerable about his fears, about, I think just having the honesty to be able to say anything to your person and know that nothing can faze them, and that they're still with you and will still grab your hand when you walk out the door, no matter what happens to you, is a very safe feeling. And I feel safe with my husband. I wish that for everyone.
I feel like sobbing right now, although I'm not going to because it would be weird. But by the way, that's so beautiful. And what I like is whether love takes time or whether love happens in an instant, when you know, you know. And you guys were like Whirlwind City. And here you sit with a beautiful baby and a beautiful relationship. I guess just the way it was
Our
intended.
relationship has only evolved. You're right, because we didn't know each other very well. We didn't know each other's lives and temperaments, but we knew that there was something that just drew us together. Wherever we went, we just we were just drawn to each other. I knew him for almost 2 years before we started dating. And I mean, I've said this before, but honestly, I didn't give it much of a chance because, I was like, he's 25 years old. He's a rock star. Like, I want to get married. I want to settle down. I want to have a baby. I was 35 at the time. And I was like, I've been there, done the fun thing. Like, now I'm in a place where I wanted stability. And I didn't give Nick enough credit till I went out with him on our first date. And then we spent like the whole evening together. And I realized my husband is just like an old soul. He's stability in human form.
Baby Malti, which is like, I don't know how you can improve upon what looks like a beautiful, perfect life, but that's how you do it right there. That little baby, first of all, that baby tested you. When that baby came into the world, it was scary, and the baby needed love, care, and all of your prayers and everything. What were those initial days like when Malti was born?
This is another really amazing example of the strength that my husband has. I kind of like shut down. When we heard, I didn't know how to react. And I remember he just held me by my shoulders And he said, and I said, just tell me what to do because I don't know what to do. And he's like, just get into the car with me. Just change, get into the car with me. And we drove to the NICU. I mean, we drove to the hospital. She was born. And from the moment she took her first breath to now, she's never been without one of us, ever. We used to divide our days so that because we were both working, if I would take the morning shift and stay in the ICU with her for like 6 or 7 hours, we used to do skin to skin because the nurses, I mean, in a NICU, they did God's work. And they really encouraged us to be very hands-on with her, even though she was so tiny. She was in the hospital for about 110 days. And then Nick would come in the evening and I would go home and then he would spend like 5-6 hours with her. I don't think it was our test. I think it was her test. I realized very, very early that I did not have the luxury to be scared or to be weak because she was scared and she was weak. And I had to be her strength as her mom. I needed to make her feel at every given moment that she's not alone, that she has someone who can handle her, that we've got her. And that's all we did. And we prayed and we were there with her every single moment. And today she's the greatest gift of our lives. And just like our whole lives revolve around her.
Oh my gosh. I love the name Malti. That just come out
It's
of
my
the blue.
mom's middle name.
That's your mom's middle name? Oh my God.
It's my mom's middle name is Malti and his mom's middle name is Marie. So she's called Malti Marie.
Malti Marie. How beautiful. And she's with you right now?
Yeah, she's asleep with my mom, actually.
Of course. I love the idea that she's never been without you. When you finally were able to bring Malti home out of the NICU into your house, and you were finally a family in your home in a normal setting, what was that like for you?
Oh, it was terrifying because I was being a NICU parent, you really get used to the monitor. And NICU parents watching this will understand that. Like, you know your child is alive because you can see their heartbeat. I couldn't sleep for days because now suddenly she was home without a monitor. I used to put my ear on her chest. I would wake up every couple of, minutes to just see if she's okay. For weeks this went on till I found a camera that could do it. And then I was like, I can sleep better because I can see her heartbeat.
Wow, I love it. You know what? It's so crazy when I think about your life because it has all the facets. You are a beautiful mom and a loving wife. And then in the show Citadel, you're like kicking ass. Like every woman is like, yes, like I want to have that kind of moxie. I mean, is there a part of you who has that kind of stuff inside you, like your character does in Citadel?
Did you just throw a knife at me? I think so. I'm from the land of India, I'm from the land of Gandhi. I believe in nonviolence, but I could take someone on. I'm pretty sure of that.
I mean, you're
I don't
strong.
want you.
Girl, you're strong too. I mean, how do you have seriously the time to do all of the different things? How do you parse that out?
I used to burn the candle on both ends. I won't lie. When I first started in my 20s, I'd never even taken a vacation for 10 years because, I was greedy. I was like, I want to do everything. I don't want someone else to have this part. If I would schedule my days in a way where I could do 4 movies a year because I wanted to do everything. I was just hungry. And then slowly I realized that just chipped away at my soul. I didn't know who I was. I didn't have preferences, likes, dislikes. Everything was just my work. And that's fine because I'm extremely blessed to have an incredible career and for almost 23 years now. And, our jobs are not the most stable. Like, I don't know where, as an actor, you don't know where your next paycheck is coming from. You just have to get to the next job. So I've managed all right for almost 2 decades. But in the beginning, it was crazy. After that, in my 30s, I think I realized that the thing that they say about work-life balance actually is a real thing. And now I've reached a point where I work till it's bath time at about 7 o'clock. And then after that, I'm not available. That's my time with my family. We do bath time, story time, bedtime, and then it's Nick and my time, whether we go out, whether we have friends over, whether we just sit together and watch a movie. Like having family time it just makes me want to do and conquer the world when I wake up and do a million things, and I can do them really well because I know that I come back home to my family. And that's such a priority to me now.
How do you fill your spirit?
I love reading. I love traveling. When I travel, I love observing. I love culture. They say when in Rome, I really am a believer of that. Wherever in the world I go, I eat local food in every country I go to. And I'm kind of training my daughter how to do that too. She's extremely, her palate is very global. From Korean barbecue to pasta to Indian food, she's great. But my spirit gets filled with people, travel, culture, laughs, jokes, community, good times, a table full of food and family and friends. It's truly what fulfills my soul. But also being able to go to work and, when people watch my work, for them to say, wow, I can't believe you did that. Even after all of these years, it's the most satisfying thing to me when my work is appreciated by the people that I work with and the audiences that watch my work. Like, that really fulfills my spirit because I put a lot of myself in my job.
You seem so comfortable in your own skin, like you know exactly who you are, you know exactly what you want and why you want it. Being comfortable in our bodies is sometimes a different thing. It takes years sometimes. Some people go to their grave and they're never comfortable. They just want to be in a muumuu and hide. When was your most difficult challenges with your body and how you perceived it, and how do you feel now in your own skin?
I mean, I think the 30s were kind of tumultuous for me when it came to my body, because as you grow, your body's changing. I was going from this 20s body, which is, metabolism is at its highest, and then you reach your mid-30s and you're like, oh, I can't skip a meal and it'll just look great. Like, you can't do that. You can't just work out for 4 days and come back to your, pre-vacation body. But I think that, the standards of beauty in the industry are, especially for women, extremely skewed. And I've spoken about this tremendously. But my dad passed away. I had moved countries. I'd come to America. I was filming Quantico at that time. I didn't have many friends. I was in New York. I felt a lack of community. I would emotionally eat. I would just emotionally drink. I wasn't taking care of myself in the best possible way. And it had nothing to do with how people perceived me, but I perceived myself as not the best version of myself. And it was a really tough time for me to be able to say, all right, I'm going to, do what's good for my body because emotionally I wasn't there. And I think that's okay. I've thought about that phase in my life a lot, and my body needed to mourn, my heart needed to mourn, and yeah, you know, I needed pizzas to do it. So I allowed myself to do that, pizza and a bottle of wine and a movie. You know, my heart needed it. I did it for a while, and then I reached a point where I knew that, you know, bottom had been hit, and now the only way was up, and I started taking one step and another step. You know, maybe going to the gym 2 times, or maybe even walking for breakfast, or starting to find my health again, my mental and physical health, trying to reach out to friends. Friends had stopped inviting me to things because I would never go. I just wanted to go home and just hide. And then slowly I would say yes, or I would reach out to someone. I started choosing myself instead of the darkness that is seductive and that kind of reaches out for you sometimes. And that can happen to anyone, anytime. As soon as you choose what's good for you and stop waiting for somebody else to be, you know, that hand to pull you out of it, it's a very powerful thing.
You're unbelievable. I swear, that was so awesome. We're crying over here, okay? We're crying over here. We have people in our room crying. Priyanka, thank you so much. Thanks for the time. Thanks for staying up late. Thanks for being amazing. Just thank you.
For 11 seasons, we, like millions of others, felt like welcome patrons at a downstairs downtown bar in Boston. The laughter.
Coach, what's the expiration date on these?
Yesterday.
The romance.
We have sunk as low.
That theme song.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Afternoon, everybody. No!
Good afternoon, everyone.
Harry! How's it going, Harry?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do after that, right?
Well,
we give you a straight line.
Sit down and start drinking.
While I did not have a quick one-liner, actor George Wendt always did.
How's life in the fast lane, Normie?
That beats me. I can't find the on-ramp.
So, as a device, though, in the show, was it a blessing or a curse?
You know, it was just easy as pie for me because I just went, oh, awesome joke, awesome joke, awesome joke.
John Ratzenberger often perched next to Wendt as Cliff.
The Romans had an elaborate system of aqueducts there, Sammy.
The postman, a character of his own making, created after he tanked his audition.
I've never been a good auditioner. I don't even understand why they have auditions. See, I always think, look, he's the right height, right weight. He's worked before. Give him the job. and anyway, it was horrible. And I was walking out the door, and I could see my 8x10 already wafting into the wastebasket.
This guy's gone.
Get out of here. And I remember saying, do you have a bar know-it-all? A couple of days later, yeah, they said they want to try the character out for 7 episodes. And then the 7th episode, I went to Jimmy. I said, hey, thanks. I had a great time because I was living overseas at the time. I said, well, heading back, you know. And he said, what are you talking about? I said, well, this is the 7th episode. So just contact. He said, we'll see you Monday. We'll write something for you. And 11 years later, I was still there.
You didn't say goodbye to me.
No, I thought, why might I say goodbye to him? I'll never see him again.
Wendt and Ratzenberg were part of a crew of jesters, along with Kelsey Grammer, Rhea Perlman, and Woody Harrelson, who made merry while lascivious retired relief pitcher Ted Danson and would-be poet Shelley Long fell in and out of love.
You disgust me. I hate you.
Are you as turned on as I am?
More.
You credited her with keeping the show alive, especially in the first year.
I do think that she was unlike any character since, Lucille Ball. I think she was outstanding. I know that I got Sam in large degree because I worked well with Shelley, and Shelley was just, dazzling, I think, as that character. So there's some truth to that. Yeah.
Sam was not anything like you. And I think we saw so much of you over so much time in Cheers. We assumed you had to be a jock.
Right.
You had to be a womanizer. You
Right.
had to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Any of it true?
No. Really.
Did I take you to your first baseball game?
First baseball game.
Wait a minute, there's no such drink as a screaming. I think I'll have a screaming Viking.
It was appointment television, Thursday nights at 9. Do Not Disturb. Cheers is on. Many an episode became an instant classic.
I have never been witness to such a silly, soft.
Oh my God. I don't think I've ever laughed harder in my life.
Yeah.
That Thanksgiving.
There were some
food fight.
personal grudges that were acted out in that.
I literally had beans in my ears. Still. Yeah.
Changes to the cast broke our hearts. The sudden death of the beloved coach, Nick Colasanto. Shelley Long leaving the show after 5 seasons.
I certainly was worried. Oh, I just lost my dance partner, Shelley. So will this even work? And we had done boy girl, Sam and Diane, so well, but we had done it.
But Cheers kept getting better. The late Kirstie Alley, who died in December, played Rebecca Howe. She was nothing like Diane.
I am Rebecca Howe. I am the manager of Cheers.
She brought the wild, as she called herself, biker chick from hell, woman on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She was the funniest person living on the edge of just total dissolving into tears and desperate, So she brought a whole new energy to the show. But I think that's like a reflection, once again, of the writers, because we lost coach. We lost Nick Colasanto, died after the 3rd year. And comes Woody, boom, the character becomes beloved. Same thing happened with Kirstie Alley.
Right.
One interesting thing is they, I think, pretty much immediately realized that Kirstie and I were kind of cut from the same cloth, whereas Shelley and I were complete opposites, which worked. And so they never put us in a boy-girl alone. It was always a triangle.
Cheers was smarter than most sitcoms.
We did, surefire jokes about Schopenhauer and Kierkegaard and Pomme de Terre. And I remember,
John Donne.
John Donne, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's done. I really hope so.
And besides the words, though, you guys were, and everyone involved was smart enough to keep it on 35 millimeter film.
Right.
And the set, by Richard Silbert, and oh my gosh, it was really the A-team putting the look of the show together. And so, even if the jokes were good, if it looked cheesy today, it would be weird. But it doesn't. It looks kind of sharp today.
And was never topical. The audience approved. A loyal legion.
First season, did you think this could work, or did you think we're doomed?
I don't think we thought along those lines.
No. I just remember looking forward to going to work every day. How funny it was.
We were protected, though. We were protected by Les, Glenn, Jimmy, and just telling us, don't worry about it. You're doing great. It's
Don't worry
great.
about the ratings.
Don't worry about it. You're doing great. Just keep doing the work. And we really did live in that little bubble.
When did you realize the show was really connecting with the audience? Because as a fan of the show, and as I'm going back and looking at shows over the last couple of days, I honestly almost had tears in my eyes a couple of times, because it had an emotional resonance that, it was deeply felt. As we were fans of the show, we loved it. We loved all you guys.
It really took a couple, 3 years before we realized that we, were really, more or less, that it was going very well.
Was there ever a point in the show where you felt like, this is a no-hitter, massive hit, Emmy voters love it, audience loves it, it's funny?
It didn't really hit me until we went to Boston. like the 5th year,
For the 100th.
100th.
Yeah.
And they were going to throw a big parade for us and whatever. And I'm thinking, great, who's going to show up on a Wednesday afternoon? It was a sea of faces and heads as far as you could see across Boston Common. And that's when I was really
A
speechless.
motorcycle cop got injured or something because of crowd.
So many
or
people.
something.
Yeah, apparently we drew bigger crowd than the Pope, the Red Sox, and the Celtics. And that's when it flattened me. Like, that's because numbers, ratings, they're numbers. So you don't really attach faces and people to it. But that was the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
In later years, there was less rehearsal and more on-set silliness.
When you would have an important sort of monologue or soliloquy, if it
Right.
were, a moment
Right.
that you had an important dialogue to deliver, or you.
And
what did
the
you do
person
to
would
each other?
be struggling with it during
Right.
rehearsal.
Yes.
And the rest of us would look at each other going, we're there for you, pal. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And then we'd get our bar straws and spitballs. And you could hide behind pillars if you knew where the cameras were. And so in the middle of that person trying to do their monologue, you'd see
Oh,
spitballs.
I can see it on camera to this day. If I see those episodes, especially one where Woody was at the end of our end of the bar, and he was talking to somebody, and I spitballs go whoop, and during his monologue, he's going like this.
So one time
It became a sport, too.
I hit
even
Ted right in the uvula. It was like I
True.
zenned it from across the bar. Ting! And I just saw it, and he was, wow.
It was so perfect, you
It was a
couldn't
great
be
moment.
upset. It was like, you have to keep in mind, we were being paid lots of money to be idiots. So we were rehearsing.
Almost half of America tuned into the finale in 1993. 90 million viewers. You could almost hear a pin drop as Sam closed up the bar one last time.
Watching the final episode, as you're walking through the darkened bar after you say good night, all you could hear were your footsteps.
Yeah.
What was that like?
You should ask Bob Broder, who
Yeah,
was the
he's
guy
right
at
there.
the door.
He was the guy coming to the door.
Bob is Glenn Lesson, my agent, and he was he really wanted the show to continue, even though we wanted to end it. So we decided to give him an ignominious moment and have him be the last customer.
Oh, the one who
have,
knocks.
And have Ted tell him that the show's over.
We're close.
So if you see this, you see the side of Bob's face there, and it's a sad moment.
We all loved the moment too, where when Nick died, Colasanto, Nicky died, and we came back the next year. He had had a picture, a famous photograph, kind
Geronimo.
of sepia of Geronimo, and we all, probably you, led the charge that we wanted it on the set, and
Right.
they all agreed. So it was behind the piano, and I love the little nod of straightening that, kind of as a nod to Nick.
Really beautiful.
Yeah.
Really beautiful. Does it seem like 40 years ago?
Yep.
It's 40 years ago.
Yeah.
40 since we started.
Right.
30 since we ended.
Sorry, we're closed.
To celebrate 30 years since the last episode, we have ordered up the bartender here to prepare some screaming Vikings. And I'd just like to say, for the record, cheers.
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 You know what? I would love for you to join me. You should.
4 months ago, to the day, Janet Jackson invited this girl from Wichita, Kansas, to be her backup dancer on tour.
Well, you didn't have to ask me twice. I am hours away from hitting that stage and living my best life.
That's right, I am on center stage at the Hard Rock Live in Hollywood, Florida.
Hey, baby, it's Janet.
For Janet's opening weekend of her Together Again tour, her first major tour in 4 years.
When fans from all over the country and different cities come to see the show, what do you want them to feel?
Joy, just complete bliss, excitement. I want them to reminisce about great times in their lives when this song comes on, that song comes on. Just happiness. And not to be corny, but it's been such a long time since I've been with the fans. So this is for them.
On that note, how do you feel, especially with a tour like this? Is it exciting? Is it challenging? Is it exhilarating? Maybe all of it?
It's all of that. It really is, especially getting the show together. I love production rehearsals when the stage is up and we get to do the wardrobe changes and really dig into it. And I didn't get as many days as I would have loved to have, so we did like one full dress rehearsal, literally the day before the show. And they worked out fine, and then they went to finish for last night's show.
I was just about to ask you, Janet, what is it about being on stage and performing that you love?
I enjoy it. I enjoy dancing. I enjoy performing for the fans. I enjoy just sharing what I've created. I love putting a show together, creating it with Gil Dual-DeMao, and it just gives me so much joy, and to say, look at what we've created, and I hope that they enjoy it, knowing that I like it and I love performing it. Hope they enjoy it, watching it.
You have so many, songs that fans love, but is there any song in particular that, I guess, when you look out into the crowd and they're singing it back to you, that you feel most connected to them?
Oh my gosh, it's a couple of times in the show that it happens. But I think one of the nicest moments for me is when I do Again, and when they sing it to me, and I love that. I can hear them, and that sounds so beautiful to me. Them knowing that melody, thinking, oh my God, how many years ago was it that I wrote that song, and just listening to them, and a melody that you've come up with, and lyrics that you've come up with, that you've created, and having this group of people just singing it back to you. You
I
know,
would- I love that.
It's beautiful.
Is there anything that you do before you hit the stage, you know, when you perform, or a ritual? Is there anything that you say to yourself? or-
Always pray. We, as a group, we always pray, and I myself, I always give it up to God. I say, God, from this point on, I said, I'm releasing it to you. It's in your hands, and that's who I trust the most.
By the way, I should mention you're letting cameras kind of follow you around for an upcoming documentary. You're still developing this, but we know it involves family, this tour.
Family, the tour. There are some surprises. I think it'll be quite fun. I hope that the audience enjoys it, and I'm so thankful that it was as successful as it was. You know, you're just moseying along for 5 years and talking about your life and friends and family and work and this and that, and it was difficult at times. At times it was a breeze, very cathartic, therapeutic. It's like you were in a session at times, but I enjoyed it.
The press release that they sent out with this new one, it has a picture of the family on the front. It talks about the family, you know, back together for a reunion. Do you think there would be a time when you guys would perform together or get on a stage?
I hope so.
Why do you think now is the time in the season that you're in your life now to share a little bit more of you, or to share some of those things?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not as shy as I used to be, so I'm a little bit more open and just sharing more in my life than I ever did before, and having my own family now, and allowing people to see and understand how we came up and what really was, what really happened, and how it came about, and maybe to help others who want to follow along in that path.
That's the key.
I mean, even though it's a different time now, but still you can take and learn and this and that and apply what might work today with what happened then.
I love that. Do you think people, or do you feel like your fans really know you, or is there still room for us to get to know you?
I think there's still room, a little bit of room, but they know me sometimes better than I know myself.
So we're also celebrating 50 years of your career in entertainment. And I remember when you were on the Today Show, I told you, I talked about the power of representation and the impact you had on, you know, especially brown girls like me growing up in Kansas. And I was thinking about it. I mean, from acting, you know, we saw Penny, you know, on Good Times, Different Strokes. And
New
then,
Kind of Family that I did with
yes.
Eileen Brennan and Rob Lowe and Thelma Hopkins.
And then even obviously on the singing side, you were cranking out hit after hit after hit. At the time, did you have any idea the impact you were having?
No, I was just doing what I loved and just thankful to God that I was able to do it. No, not thinking of that at all. I was just going and being excited about, okay, what I'm going to do next, what excites me to do next, what influences me, what moves me to do next. I wasn't really thinking about that.
You can be called many things: a singer, Grammy winner, actor, producer, fashion icon, philanthropist, mom. Is there any title that you hold at the top of the list, or do they all have a place in there?
I think they all have a place, but the one that gives me the biggest gratification is mama.
That goes without saying.
I said, mama.
Janet's son, Issa, just turned 6 in January.
What is it about being a mom that just completes you?
Everything. Every when you're tired, when you need a break, I just love it all. I love it all. When you're in that moment, you see something special happens, it's like, oh my God. And I know I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking of one thing in particular. And I'll never forget it. And it was just so beautiful. And I just thought, that's my baby. That's you're making me emotional.
Because I get it. I have 3 little ones. It puts everything in perspective.
That's the highest for me, being a mama.
Okay, so finally, let's talk about tonight. But me being here all started with good old-fashioned Today Show Halloween. Can I tell you what I was thinking, Janet?
Tell me.
Okay, the whole time I was like, I mean, I don't think Janet Jackson would actually be watching the Today Show, but if she is watching the Today Show, I just don't want her to be like, ooh, would that girl please sit down?
No, you know, I saw this.
No way.
Yeah, I saw this and I loved it. I saw this and I absolutely loved it. I thought you did a wonderful job.
Okay, so Miss Jackson thinks I did a good job, but I had a month to rehearse that. I now had to learn a new routine in just hours. To help me loosen up, Janet took me to look at her tour wardrobe.
These are the costumes for the show.
Wow. Is it heavy?
No, this is light. Valentino did this for me. This is light. This is my opening cat suit. They did this cape. Pia Paolo. This is heavy. It makes me feel very, very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. And he also did, how gorgeous is this?
I would wear this. Can I wear this?
Yeah, once I finish with
Okay,
it, sure.
good. There you go.
I needed
But
until
seriously,
then.
like this shoulder, like the cut of it.
It's beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
It's beautiful with
Gorgeous.
this skirt.
Ooh.
Look at that. And then it's so it's beautiful and it's got weight.
That's
to
what I was about
it.
to say. It feels kind of
Yeah.
heavy.
And then Christian did this. Christian Soriano did this for me.
Ooh.
This the more little lighter part of the show. And it's
Love.
he did it so quickly and it fits so nicely. It just hugs your body and easy to dance into. And Christian, he's been a friend of mine for a good while. Christian Louboutin, and I just called him up and I said, Mama needs some new shoes.
I mean, if Mama needs new shoes, these aren't bad. Do you ever want to keep some things? Like some of these, I would want to keep, like this or the boots.
It's
or
beautiful.
Or do you let it go?
Well, when I did the auction, I let everything go, but there was one thing I didn't let go.
What was that?
And that was my original. I had 2 original Rhythm Nation costumes. And one of them that I wore, I let go. And the other original, I kept for my baby.
That's worth it.
For
Oh,
my baby.
that's sweet.
And if he wants to throw it out,
He's
then
not gonna
he
throw it
can.
out.
Once Janet had calmed my nerves from an 11 to about a 10.5, it was time for her to take me to meet my fellow dancers.
This is our path. You see all this glow tape in there.
Is it
Crew
at least a little
guys.
lighter than this when you're doing
No,
this?
it's darker than this.
Oh my God.
All you see are silhouettes. So I'm gonna sit out.
Okay.
I'm gonna, as you say, release you
Yeah,
into the wild. Give it up to God the way I do every night. It's in His hands. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm a step out.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right.
Have fun.
All right.
But right now, fun was feeling more like fear. But I had to put those nerves aside.
5, 6, 7, 8. Lost it a bit.
Hey.
And then I found out Janet wanted me to come out during Together Again, the encore song.
Crazy!
This was huge. She trusted me. I had to nail it.
I'll just go upstairs and practice that little thing.
I spent the next 2 hours practicing in my room until it was showtime.
You're gonna do that.
And suddenly, my nerves melted away, and I just embraced the magic of the moment. And the next thing I knew, I was dancing with Janet Jackson.
Come on, Cheryl. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Never but I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes he'll whisper, rain, no more pain, no worries. Will you ever see me, my baby?
It was surreal. One of the best days of my life. I'm gonna do the ugly cry when this is all over.
But just like her music, Janet just wanted me to smile to the very end.
I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you.
They're three of the world's most famous brothers, the Jonas Brothers. Kevin, Joe, Nick. The Jonas Brothers have grown up before our eyes.
Welcome to the Jonas family household. This is our life.
Their chart-topping hits are a soundtrack for a generation. This week, they hit the bright lights of Broadway.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
5-night residency.
5
Broadway.
nights. Yes.
Each night highlighting a different album, including the newest. What can fans expect?
Fans can expect us forgetting lyrics and them helping us.
No. To be clear, Joe forgetting lyrics.
You want to bet on that, Kev? You want to bet on that?
I've done mine. I went to rehearsal last week. I never did Broadway, so this is my debut. This is
Your Broadway debut.
yeah. These guys.
Broadway vets.
Yeah, exactly. So
show you the ropes, Kev.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. They're walking me around backstage, but the fact that my kids are able to come to a show like this week and experience this,
Yeah.
it brings it's a whole other reason to do this every day.
Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a show.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
It might break up before the shows are over.
Yeah, exactly.
The fans can expect albums from our past starting in 2007. Tonight, night one, we're playing a self-titled album, Jonas Brothers, and this is something we thought about, honestly, maybe a month and a half ago. We were thinking how fun it would be to put a show together for fans leading up to our new album. And we've never played a record before releasing it, so this will be the first to play it in its entirety. Yeah. And this theater, it means a lot to us. Nick, when he was, and I'm probably stealing some of your questions, but Nick, when he was it 7, 8 years old?
8.
Well, he was
22 years ago.
He was on that stage performing with Reba McEntire for Annie Get Your Gun. So it's like full circle.
Wow.
I'm back.
It's been a wild ride for the three New Jersey brothers who thrilled fans in 2019 when they famously reunited after a 6-year split. Their new album, called The Album, drops in May.
Had the Jonas Brothers not broken up, we wouldn't have this album.
Definitely
today.
not.
You might have the Broadway show, but without any new music.
Yeah.
It's all the old music.
All the old.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's talk about this new album.
Yeah.
The album.
The album.
Get the title. What's the story there? How did that come about?
The story is that we kind of sat down and thought of a bunch of different names. And then we thought about the intention of it all. And if we set out to just say, if you're going to listen to any one of our albums, we think this is the album you should listen to. This is the one that is the most quintessential Jonas Brothers, where we are now, and it just felt like the right title.
The album, this morning I'm listening to it, I mean, it does have this sort of retro 70s feel to it. Was that the intention?
We definitely pulled from a lot of inspiration. Working with John Bellion, our producer, in Redder on this project, it was unbelievable. We knew that that's where we wanted to, pull a lot of the inspiration from, but being able to really trust him with this process and help us bring that sound forward and be competitive now in 2023 versus, not just a tribute album to the 70s. This is who we are, and from things like Jefferson Starship, the Eagles, bands we grew up listening to.
The Bee Gees?
The Bee Gees. With our father. Like, we are a band of brothers that sing together in harmony and other things, but also still a band. So what you see on stage in a live format, we really wanted to be able to bring out in the music when you're listening to it as you're driving down the road in your car.
And you guys all live in different cities now, New Jersey and Miami and LA. What was it like physically, just being back in the studio together again as brothers?
Well, we had been playing some shows in Vegas and other places, and we, I think, started to feel that chemistry that only really happens when you're together and playing shows. COVID was tough for everybody, but for our sort of creative journey and chemistry, it was challenging. So getting back on stage, being in front of our fans was the first step. And then I think once we got in the studio, started working with John, we all felt like it was just clicking and all, firing on all cylinders. And the themes too, we spent a lot of time talking about where we were as people first and what we wanted to say. I think one of the things that I love about being in this band with my brothers is that we really get to use our music as a way to express ourselves, and it's really authentic to us. And that shows, from every album we put out and whatever chapter of our journey we were on. But I think this one does a good job of embodying kind of where we are as fathers, where we are as husbands and just brothers, family.
I enjoyed the video for Wings. The music video for Wings off the new album features White Lotus star Haley Lou Richardson, who happens to be a super fan.
She's been a longtime fan and said some really nice things about the band and what it means to her to be a fan now in her adult years as opposed to being a fan when she was a kid. And so when we were thinking of the concept for the video, we all were like, what if we gave her control and let her kind of take the lead here and just do whatever she wanted? She absolutely nailed it. Turns out she has a dancing background, which none of us do, and she's phenomenal. And, every interview and thing she said about that experience afterwards has meant the world to us. But it's truly like including a real lifelong fan in our video. So hopefully the fans enjoyed that perspective as well, and it's one of my favorites we've done.
You've got tracks on the album called Vacation Eyes, Little Bird, my personal favorite, being from the South, Waffle House. Favorite songs from this new album? Well, and we'll start with you, Kev.
I think Vacation Eyes. It's a song, it's about finding that love that you find on vacation. Those moments you find that are supposed to only be there on vacation, but you take it home with you and you want to live that moment for the rest of your life. And
Which you did, didn't you?
That's exactly what happened to me. That's where I met my wife. We met in the Bahamas. And
oh, wow.
On the family vacations. We were young, but it worked out, man.
And he stalked her afterwards.
I did. It was fine.
It worked out.
Hey,
worked
you know
out.
what? Sometimes, no, that's, yeah. It worked.
We'll leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
How about you, Nick?
I've got a couple favorites, but I think Little Bird is probably one of my favorites. Maybe the favorite. As a new father, really meaningful to me. And I think for our fans too, they're the same kind of places in their lives as we are. And a lot of them having children or have children. And so I think it's really an anthem about what it is to be a parent and that feeling of wanting to protect, your little one. And Kevin has Little Birds tattooed on him, which was kind of the catalyst of the song coming and speaking to John about it. So again, all these really personal themes, and this one just hits home for me.
Joe?
My favorite song on the album changes constantly. I think today it would be Walls. It's our closing song for the album, and we got to share a snippet of it. I actually played the whole song via record player in our Vegas shows. And the song just gets you hyped, and John Bellion is featured on that track. It's the only song we have a feature on. And that one, it's hard to really describe what it's like, but it is epic, and it gets you going.
The Jonas Brothers now gearing up for a new era and taking nothing for granted.
We've already had success and failed, and we've seen what it feels like to fail. And I think now we're just having fun in this chapter where we're getting to do new and exciting things that we dream up and put together in a couple weeks. And we have fans that are so supportive of us, and we feel like it's like weirdly bigger now because we're just having fun as opposed to when we were really stressed about it all working out. And it's a lot more fun.
I think a lot of people would hear you say that you failed and they would disagree with that.
They haven't watched a few of my personal performances then. Certainly had a few therapy sessions that I could include them on, but we can leave that out.
Learning curves.
Learning curves.
I mean,
Better way to put it.
We all learn from our mistakes.
Totally. Sure.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think the band kind of going off doing our own things and breaking up was really the failure I'm talking about. It's like it was a win for us as family and important at that time, but what came out of it is that I think we're all able to look at this and say, what's gonna make us happy?
And their families expanded along the way. Kevin, Nick, and Joe, all now dads themselves. Let's talk about the other things that have changed since you guys burst onto the scene. Social media. There was no Instagram, no Facebook, certainly no TikTok back when you guys
we had to keep up these days.
broke through.
I feel it, I feel it, I feel like I read through the ceiling.
It's really changed dramatically the way that you interact with your fans.
Definitely.
How so? How so, Joe?
I think it's fantastic because you're able to connect with fans on a millisecond basis, where when we were starting, MySpace was just beginning. We got 100 followers on MySpace and we were ready to retire. We're like, we did it, guys.
We made it.
We made it. Let's go. I think we even celebrated that night. And now it's so interesting. I mean, for the music industry, it's fascinating and inspiring because people are discovering music way faster and way quicker. Artists that have completely retired or started new careers are having number ones. I find it so wonderful for music in general, and then film and TV. It's really fascinating, and we're just trying to keep up. I think it goes back to what Nick was saying. We just have to have fun in that aspect.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a way for you to really connect with fans and a humanizing level of being like, this is my life. This is what I'm up to. This is what I'm drinking today. Whatever it may be, it's like that easy, simple connection.
What are you drinking today?
I have fluids, waters, tea.
I'm glad you're hydrating.
Yeah.
Glad
Two
you're
coffees.
2 coffees. Don't do a third.
Take a guess. How many?
2 drinks.
No,
Okay, no.
that's not the guess. How many millions or billions of views? Hashtag Jonas Brothers on TikTok, would you guess?
8
billion.
Wow.
$8 billion.
billion.
Where's
With
the
a- with a
cam?
B.
Do they give you a plaque for that?
$8 billion. Yes.
Does that surprise you at all?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something that we go and say, well, how many billions do we have today? But it's inspiring. That's exciting.
Thank
We're
you.
so
That's great.
honored, and I think it's a great way for people to be discovering our new music.
I'm loving the evolution of the Jonas Brothers.
Thank you.
It still seems like it's not lost on you guys how remarkably special this journey's been for you. Like you still seem like you're in the moment.
I do think we put a lot of pressure on ourselves when we were younger to get it all right. You know, I think now we just kind of do what we need to do to have fun and continue making music that we love. And I think that's why it's working.
Shall we talk about Princess Power now?
Let's talk about it. Definitely.
That is Princess Power, the new Netflix kids show produced by Savannah and actress Drew Barrymore, jumping in to help your friends no matter their differences.
For me, it's fun because it shows little girls, listen, you can still be sparkly and dazzly, but you can also be brave. You can be a good friend. You can be a good leader.
You get an A+, Chanel.
Yeah. The one thing you said that spoke out the most to me is being a good friend and how I do consider that a superpower. Nothing makes me happier than when I can be there for a friend or a friend is there for me. That is so important. And girls, you know, some are sparkly and princessy and some are more, you know, tomboyish and like sporty.
And that's okay.
And so I think this speaks to everyone. And it was time to have an all-girls cast also, which I love this. I love Savannah's books. I love Savannah and Allie's books so much. So the fact that Netflix wanted to make them into a television series was major. It's like Netflix.
I know, we're dying when it goes dun dun. We're like, it's happening.
I felt that way watching it. I'm like, it's happening. I remember Savannah talking about the book.
I know. And also, we have kids, so we're parents who know what it's like to try and curate the watch list for your kids. And I feel so proud, and I never would have imagined in my life that now we would be providing a show for kids, parents, a family to watch. That is so cool.
I love how it's empowering to girls individually, but collectively. These girls are not in competition. They are supporting each other. One has a talent, the other has a challenge. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends, that tribe, mom friends, friends, work friends. This is how we thrive.
Savannah recognized the need for a new approach to princesses when her own daughter, Vale, went through her princess phase. It would inspire her to write what would become the New York Times best-selling book series, Princesses Wear Pants.
Before this, if you just say the word princess, I automatically have this vision in my head of what a princess is supposed to be, right? This almost kind of starts to change the narrative of what a princess can be.
I agree.
When we wrote the books, there was almost a movement, an anti-princess thing, because I think a lot of women were rebelling against all this like frilly kind of same old princess idea.
Don't write me off.
Yes, but what we were trying to say is you can be frilly, you can love clothes, you can be razzle-dazzle, you can have the glitter, but make sure you have substance on the inside. So sparkle on the outside, sparkle on the inside. It's not just what you wear, it's who you are, it's what you do. That's why the central line from the book was like, I wear pants because I have things to do.
Ooh, I like
I'm on
that.
a mission, I got things to do. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is find that sweet spot where girls can enjoy the princesses. Look, we loved princesses as little girls. I know your daughter did, my daughter did, your daughters did. That's okay, we love princesses, but make sure there's something behind it as well.
And I think there are princesses out there who are associated with strength. I like that you can have the frilly and the sparkly, but also know that you can get the job done, work with your friends, and do everything. You know, all kids should be given the message that like they're capable of anything. So I think every generation needs, you know, role models that sort of speak to everything, but really lead with capacity.
What about Ever After?
That changed my life.
Wanting to be a different kind of princess is not new to Drew, who in 1998 starred in a Cinderella adaptation called Ever After.
I thought, oh, you're the princess, you wait to be rescued. That's how the fairy tale goes. And the film is about, no, you rescue yourself. You want the fairy tale, but you get yourself to that fairy tale. And that was a game changer for me. It really changed the trajectory of my life. I loved Pippi Longstocking. I love Princess
Pippi
Wear
Longstocking
Pants.
is coming into your world. All the
It's
things.
like we, you know, as girls needed to be told that we could do anything. And that is really important. And the same with like a Charlie's Angels. You never have to also not like boys, include boys, but the girls can get it done.
The fact that this went from book to TV is a living, breathing example of what the show is all about, which is female friendship and cooperation and being stronger together. Because, of course, I love our books. We don't get to be a Netflix show without Drew Barrymore coming to me and saying, well, I love these books. What if we try to make it a show? Let's hold hands and do it together. Let's be producers together.
And without the books, we wouldn't. And by the way, we met so early on the books.
We did?
I'll
Oh,
never forget
I
that
don't think
meeting
the
with
second one
Ember
was it,
and
yeah.
Allie. Yeah, the second one hadn't come out yet.
Yeah.
I knew that there was something amazing there. And it's true. I think I have had some strange confidence, because I'm not a confident person, but I've had some strange confidence that hasn't been squandered in this world, that believed I could go after things. And that's what Savannah's books are about. And we have to cultivate that with young girls and boys, is not dim that light of confidence. That's what helped me like go after things, because I have just as many insecure, negative thoughts, bad self-talk, you know, as any person. I don't know where I got the confidence to go. It's like mostly in work and with friends, you know.
Did you add a little bit of your personalities to any of the characters, or do you see yourself in any of the characters?
I am Miranda Mellon, head mistress of the Adventure Academy, and you are
Susie Seed Planter. They let me do a cameo. I got to name her. She's a reporter. So
we did our sessions together too, which was really fun.
How was that in real life?
Well,
we have footage
Yeah,
of
we
it.
do have footage. Drew gave me acting tips. Now look, you don't have to be a great actor to play a reporter, but we had fun.
I feel like everybody has to ask you this question because you just have to. A superpower. If you had a superpower, what would it be?
I feel like waking up in the morning and smiling might be, or waking up early in the morning.
That's your superpower? But you do that now.
That's what I'm saying. That is my superpower. Oh, I thought. What's my wish?
This is like
a
like
wish
we're in the-
fulfillment.
This is like for kids and
okay. Wait.
I think
Okay.
Chanel's thinking think bigger.
Yes, he's thinking. You're like, that's what you want to do.
All the powers. Most people are like, I want to fly. I'm going to be able to.
I thought you said, what is your superpower? I'm
Supersonic
like, that's
hearing.
my superpower. Waking up and not being grouchy. What is our dream superpower?
Yeah, dream
Do you have you
superpower.
thought about this?
Well, I have a selfish one and an altruistic one. My selfish one is that I could read like a book every single day for the rest of my life.
Okay.
A speed reading.
That sounds kind of like Savannah's.
That would be a good
Yeah,
talent.
it's like
I don't have that
I feel
talent.
like you could do that. That's
It takes me several days to read a book if I like, but if I sat down and all day and read the book, I could probably read it. This is boring. Anyway, my superpower would be, again, I would just be available when any of my friends needed me. Like,
You guys are both such beautiful humans.
That's it.
Well, I was going to say I would like to teleport, you know, and never commute again.
Oh! Avoiding traffic. I want your acting
No,
chop
you can-
and your superpower.
No, you're reading the book.
And now
I'm flying.
I'm basically doing your job. I guess I just want to be you.
No, stop.
No, but it's true.
No.
Have your
That's
kids
better.
seen the project? What do they think?
Yes, my daughter. So it's funny because the books came about because she was 3 or 4 at the time and was really into princesses. Within the last, I would say, 3-4 months, at 8 years old, she's told me that she does not like princesses anymore. Bad timing for her. But she watched it and she actually said, Mom, I do like this. She enjoyed it. Charlie liked it. And he's a boy. He didn't like anything. It's not, there's something for everyone. It's fun. So I think they were a pretty good focus group. A little tough, maybe.
Yeah.
Also, if Vale wasn't into princesses, none of us would be sitting here.
That's true.
So,
And you know, that's how
origin
it started.
story.
Yeah, that's how it started.
Princess Power has a dream cast, including legendary EGOT winner and icon Rita Moreno.
Penny,
When they said Rita Moreno was going to be in this show, she's playing Grand Lady Busy Boots, who's like the matriarch and the queen of the Pineapple Kingdom. I mean, you could wipe me off the floor of shock and joy.
Savannah and Drew have been fast friends for over 8 years.
Yeah, but how did this and where did this happen?
Love at first sight.
It was love at first sight.
We
It
met,
happened just like
boom.
this.
We were doing a piece.
On your memoir.
Yeah.
I came to interview you.
And it was the electric connection.
Did you say, hey, like, I really like this. Do you want to?
I think Drew was like, when are we going out? Here's my text.
So you didn't even have to.
I
do
also
that.
have the picture of our first meeting together in a picture frame at work. So I look at it every day and you can see I'm like beaming next to her. Like I made a friend today.
We
That
had a
is so
soul
sweet.
connection. And Drew cultivates her friendships. She waters those flowers. It means a lot to her. And so
do you.
We kept in touch and we meet. We hang out.
We'll go out for a drink after work, or I've come to your house for the weekend. We're hanging out today
That's so
after
beautiful. And
after
now-
work.
Should we
And
tell her
now
what
you-
we're doing?
Yeah, go for it. What are you doing?
Do it.
Tell me.
We're getting a tattoo. Today.
Like you're gonna have one half and then she has the other?
No. Oh, maybe if there's time.
She has a very special one that she's getting.
And Drew has, you
and
are
mine's very
experienced.
yeah, this is my like 11th or 12th, and this is yours.
I've never had a tattoo. I know, it's really scary. I can't believe I'm doing it. I mean, I haven't told anyone.
So by the time this piece airs, will you be tatted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so exciting.
Especially because I'm so in love with what you're getting.
I know, it's a nice idea and it's very low key.
It's so meaningful that it like brings you to your knees.
Oh.
It's so good.
Can't wait. I could talk to you guys all day. Before I let you go, Drew, your talk show, The Drew Barrymore Show, was just renewed for a 4th season. Congratulations.
When I was at your birthday party on New Year's Eve, I was speaking to all of the people
Yes.
that run your show, and I was like, you know what, man? We were all saying it's such a blessing to be here. These are not easy shows to do. They have our heart. If we can keep it, shaken up in the way that it speaks to the many different tones of a human life. That is where I want to be in my real life right now. I want to figure out how to live a life. I want to hear good pop culture. I want to see wonderful things. I want to deal with feelings and navigate the world we're living in. I want all the things. And so if we can just be a little mixed bag ourselves, I'll be very happy.
Drew works so hard on the show. She pours her whole self and her whole heart into it. I remember the time you said, let's meet for coffee. I have something to tell you.
You were the first person I told.
She said, I got a show. I know how much it means to you.
But I think Savannah's books really sparked that idea of we need the green light. We need the green light as girls that we can do not only anything, but things in general.
And do it on your terms. Be a princess who wears pants. There is no rule book. Do it just the way you want to do it. Be yourself and pursue your dreams. That's what it's all about. Let's go!
You did it!
And we're wearing pants. Thank you for inviting me to tea.
It's nice.
This
Welcome.
is our tea. Are we should do that? Aren't you supposed to lift your pinky? Do you know how to do it properly? Like the
no,
royal? Neither do
no.
I. Okay.
I end up doing it kind of like America. Oh no, let's do it like we're in England. It's like cold outside, you know. I think this is now just so you could say, you know, Savannah Guthrie appeared at the Carlisle.
That's
Hotel
right. I'm hoping it will enhance my
What-
reputation.
No, what? Look, dump this stuff. Get your own thing. It's just called Savannah at the Carlisle. Joining Savannah at Carlisle.
Having tea with Tom.
Come on.
I know. Listen, I'm signed up. Are you signed up with me? Oh, wait.
Listen. You and I, we have like a road show that we could do now.
We have a shtick.
Well, I know we've been to Indianapolis.
Yes, we
We've
have.
been to D.C. a couple of times.
Many
right?
times,
Where,
yes.
Where you want to go?
I don't know. Can it be somewhere warm? I don't know. Like
Not this
Savannah
time of
and
year.
Tom tour great spa locations of the world.
All right, that's it. Cut to, yeah. How about that? Us laying on just,
Yeah.
Let's do a shot of us. We're getting massages. And the camera's underneath those holes where you put your
Yes,
face.
it's very
and we could just
flattering.
talk to each other. Oh, it'd be very flattering.
We could chat. Well, you actually, you're
Staff, crack staff.
I know,
Can you get
exactly.
on that?
Let's
Thank you.
get
They're
on it.
waving over there.
Bahamas first.
They're waving over there.
I mean, you actually, you meditate, right?
I do.
You're very much on the wellness path. I can learn a thing from you.
Okay, all right. You got to maintain that temple, Savannah. You got to
Yes.
take care of it. So the mind. I've only been meditating. You know who taught I should stop meditating?
Who?
Jerry Seinfeld.
Really?
Yeah, I met Jerry. It's a famous people's club. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Tom. We don't really know each other that much.
I'm not ever invited
And I
there.
said, so Tom, what are you up to? And I said, well, I've been working. I'm taking a year off. Really? You're taking a year off? Why would you take a year off? You know, they're comedians.
Yeah.
So why would you take a year off? I said, oh, I'm just really tired. I've been working like 6 years. Well, don't you meditate? And I said, no, I do not. I'm not Goldie Hawn. I don't wear yoga pants, and I don't, have wind chimes in my. No, you've got to. I've been doing it since college. I'm going to teach. I'm going to have you taught how to. And so he did. He put me together with his teacher, and it's a odd, easy, life-changing thing. And should everybody do it? Sure, why not?
Okay, let's talk about your new project. Did you like getting in touch with your inner crank?
Hey, Otto. No. Don't you dare let that little rat dog piss on my walkway again. Get out of here. Listen, everybody has one. And my brat kids will probably tell you, when is Dad not in charge with his inner crank?
See, no, wait, I have to stop right there because you are known by reputation and experience
okay.
as the nicest person
Well, I
in
like
America.
to use the word fascinating as opposed to nice. I am one of the more fascinating people. But listen, we have all been stuck in traffic, right? And someone up ahead does not use their turn signal, right? And if they would just do that common courtesy, everybody would know a little bit better. And then you won't end up swearing, a blue streak at the people who did not use their left turn signal. Or, say for example, you pick up a remote to your audio-visual system at home, and you press menu, and you press input, and you press select, and you do all those things, and it never, ever, ever works. I'm going to tell you something right now. I once was trying to get a DVD to play, and I kept pressing all the buttons. And you know what the DVD told me? Like literally it said goodbye. It said goodbye. And I was just trying to play, like Citizen Kane or something like that. So when that stuff happens, I do in fact go absolutely berserk, vocally for a long time.
So you do. You have a dark side.
It is when I begin any conversation with this, let me get this straight. Oh, I'm gone.
Oh.
I mean, I'm already gone. Staff, does that not happen on occasion?
Staff.
Yeah, they're over there, so rolling their eyes. Happens all the time. Why would it work for me? Isn't that another one I always say?
Yeah.
Why would it work for me? A Bluetooth, a printer thing, a key in a lock, a coffee maker. Why would it work for me? It never does.
I'm feeling your grouchiness. You've turned me into a believer.
I'm ramping up here.
Staff,
I'm ramping
I feel
up,
sorry
Savannah.
for you.
See, this is what happens.
It is true, though, that there have been whole profiles written about what a good guy you
well,
are.
look, I'm a nice, I wake up happy.
You are a nice guy. People always ask me.
I cut people a lot of slack, and listen, it's all a self-defense mechanism to keep myself entertained.
Yeah.
I'm very selfish in that regard.
When people ask me if you're really so nice, I say no. But I'm just trying to enhance your reputation.
What would could you say something other than, well, he's very professional, be very precise. He lives his life with a lot of fidelity. Can you say something like that?
I say he is loving and warm to all he
That's
encounters.
much better than the NICE word, because that makes me sound like a pushover.
I know. I want you to have that edge.
I am not a pushover.
No, edge. And I think Otto has some edge, and I was glad to see you get out that inner grumpiness.
Right, but listen, I wish I had lived a life where people would truly fear me, but I've tried to come in like angry. I just make everybody laugh. So, me. Hey, let me get this straight. You're so funny. I can never get across that barrier.
Tell me about what made you want to do this movie. I heard that you'd read the book and then you saw.
Well, actually, we saw the foreign film first. It was about 5 or 6 years ago.
You just watch a lot of Swedish movies?
Well, the foreign films at the time, at the end of the year, because sometimes you get like packs. As a matter of fact, the Academy used to send out, here are the 5 foreign films, and the foreign films are always interesting because they're off the cuff. They're usually about another culture that we're not supremely, familiar with. Asia, countries from Africa. And this was Sweden. You think you know everything about Sweden. And the movie is A Man Called Ove, which is from the book. And that he was railing against sort of like the way certain societies work, particularly in the Nordic countries. That was all over in spades, and that really translates to the United States in a lot of ways. You can fight the system. You can be angry against the system. But there was a bigger element to it that I thought this was a guy who has no faith in the future, meaning that he can rely on nobody. He's kind of like running the victim narrative. These people let me down, and those people across the street are no good, and no one looks after this except I'm the only one that cares. Yeah. Every time the phone rings, we did that thing. Remember that one phone robot that was calling up, and a lady said, "Hello, hi, can you hear me?"
Oh, the robocall.
That one.
Yes.
We put that in because you can't even pick up your phone innocently anymore without being manipulated by our corporate overlords.
He disconnects the service after that scene.
Yeah, right after he starts yelling over the thing. So that's where he is. That I felt that Otto. There's a great performance by a fabulous Swedish actor named Rolf Lassgård who played Ove. I said, there has already been an Ove. I will call this guy. We will be Otto. I will be Otto. There's so many categories in American life right now of us versus them, plus or minus, on the right side, on the rock side, in favor. And I thought that was what that we could really tear up an examination of that sort of theme. Because look, at the end of the day, a movie has to live up to the theme that's examining, that it is examining. And 2 hours is a long time to invest in this case, a man who has faith in nobody but himself.
But it's not, I mean, it is, there are moments where you just cringe because Otto's so grumpy
Right.
and so mean.
He's
You're
so
like,
right.
why can't you just say thank you
He's
to that
correct.
lovely lady across the street?
Oh,
You know?
I
But-
get that.
Well, we wanted to properly introduce ourselves because, we're going to be neighbors and everything. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Then you learn that at the bottom of it, like everyone, he has a story and a perspective, grief and hopelessness and
Yeah,
loneliness.
this is the thing that I think comes, and I must say that this is what cinema does for me as a moviegoer, is that you learn other people's stories. And no one is a stranger once you know their story. Everybody's a stranger if you jump to the stereotype of who they are and what they want and what they want. But as soon as you learn a little bit about a neighbor or the history of somebody, well, guess what? You end up saying, well, I've kind of been through that same sort of thing myself, so maybe we actually have some things in common. Granted, he has lost a number of common, polite discourse. He does not know how to say thank you.
No.
He needs how to say, well, I have to go. That's not the same thing.
He's not really fit for polite society.
No. No.
But he
He's-
changes.
Well, like everybody does, he changes because some form of, cyclone hits town in the course of his neighbor Marisol, who comes from a different culture, that speaks a different language, that is loud and noisy and doesn't know what the rules are. But if you look at them, they have an awful lot of things in common. And there's a moment where the very first time we met in the film, Otto comes running out of his house saying, they're trying to back up a trailer, and he comes out, what in the hell is he trying to do? And Mariana, she says, I know, that's what I've been saying. So actually, the first time they meet, they agree on how crazy something is. And that is actually a hint to how much they have in common. She is extremely forceful in a proactive kind of way, and he's extremely forceful in a defensive kind of way.
They're both truth tellers in a certain way.
Hello, I called it Hurricane Marisol. It's like that thing that happens when like natural disasters hit a neighborhood. Everybody comes out.
Yeah.
Everybody starts cleaning up. Everybody starts looking after each other. It's almost unfortunate that it requires that for a neighborhood in order to get start looking after each other. But there is something incredibly powerful, and in a lot of ways, not to the natural inclinations of an awful lot of people, and comes an awful lot of Americans, to go across the street, knock on the door, and say, "You okay over here?" And the opposite, the other thing, the complement to that is knock on the door and say, "Hey, can you help me with something right now?" Soon as that starts happening on a city block or in your neighborhood on a street, extraordinary things happen.
It's a big theme, the found family, the family that not that you're born with, but the family you choose.
That's exactly right, because you don't get to choose.
It's like I won the
No,
lottery.
you did. Ding, 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 ding.
Did I get an
back
egg?
the teacup. You have nailed it. You have nailed it. Everything after, we marry the people. Our family is not a choice. We are born into it. But everything else after that is a choice, and it is what we choose to do, how we choose to look after our stuff, how we choose to treat essentially the people that live within 100 yards of you. That's where you get into the I think the give and take of what is your definition of a quality of life? Is it to belong to something bigger than yourself, or is it your property and your property only, and screw everybody else? Can I say screw on the Today Show?
Oh, you sure can.
What I mean is you take a thing and you screw it in.
let's talk about your son Truman. This is his first acting role. Were you kind of blown away at how he carried that part? I know you're biased, but I mean, he really carried it.
You have 2 kids, and you have already told me that they're both children of the Renaissance. They can do anything they can possibly imagine because they're the most brilliant kids on the planet Earth. Is that right?
Well,
I got news for you. No, they're not. My kids are. They're all 4 of them are just absolutely stunning. All my kids are artists in these odd, kind of like fascinating ways. And Truman, who is either burdened or blessed by resembling myself at the same age as him. He's 26, and when I was 26, we resembled we looked an awful lot alike. And Mark Forster, our fabulous director, just says, you know what? It's always so fake in order to get somebody else to come in and play you because they never like to look at it. Could maybe Truman do this? And we said Truman has no desire to be an actor. He is behind the camera. He's actually in the union. He's been camera utility. He wants to be has been a cinematographer. And that's what he wants to do. But they met and they talked, and we said, well, I'm going to stand back from this. I'm not going to put any pressure on anybody. And when our son said, I don't know if I want to do this or not. It might be great. We said, well, the experience is incredible. Just understand, this is not autographs and sunglasses, man. This is showing up and hitting the mark and finding the truth and combating the biggest barrier, I think, to being an artist, being an actor, is to combat self-consciousness. And that doesn't come naturally, that can come after time.
Did you give him any tips?
No.
Did he ask for any?
No. I said, dude, there's only one way to do this, and that's by way of your instinct. We compared notes on the character, but he's the younger me, so I was watching him. I said one thing. Lead with your knuckles. That's the only, and whatever that means.
What does that mean?
Well, it means when you storm off and you're angry, you just turn your knuckles out to the front. Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
That's very practical. I thought you were going to go deep. I thought that was like a metaphor for something.
Well, it alters your body.
Yeah.
It alters the way you storm off, and actually, it is kind of deep. You end up searching for all these things that are just going to turn you into the character.
On the days that he shot, would you go and watch?
No, I didn't watch a thing. There was one day where he was in the shot before I was, and we said, hey, how's it going? Hey, I got the morning off. That's about all I said. But there was one day when we were on the same set because he was a reflection in a thing. And 2 things have to go on. One is I have to be occupied only with what I'm doing as old Otto. But then young Otto was there, and on the periphery, here's our son, going about it. You got to treat him as a regular actor, but at the same time, I remember driving him in carpool when he was 7 years old.
Yeah.
So that crosses your mind.
And it's his first role. I mean, I know how I feel when my daughter does the 5-year-old's Matilda. I'm sitting there like hoping she's gonna hit that line.
Yeah.
Did you feel nervous for him or scared?
Yes, but there's only one way to do it, and that is to wrestle the beast.
Yeah.
I saw him. Look, he played Danny Zuko in Grease in junior high school. I was more nervous for him for that than I was in the movie. Because the good thing about a movie is, hey, if it's no good, it's not going to be in the movie. They will cut around you. Maybe I did. I might have said that too.
Oh, that's comforting.
Well, no, because
don't worry, they'll just cut your part out.
No, it's actually said you don't.
You are cranky.
You don't have to worry because if it stinks, it won't be in the movie.
Oh.
They'll only use the good parts, if you're lucky. But that's also kind of like a sentence as well. But it is, hey, let go. Just let go, because if it's lousy, the director won't use it. Is that a good thing to say to anybody in a movie? I don't know.
When I interview him, I'll ask him.
Okay.
How was your father's advice?
I don't know. I actually, maybe I said this stuff or not. Maybe I was a benevolent presence or not. I have no idea.
it's a family affair because Rita is the executive producer as well.
No, she is the on-set producer.
Okay.
She was there dealing with like budget phone calls.
Oh, really?
And putting out fires and so I said, I think producing is always, maybe your staff will know this. Producing anything is doing one of two things. You call somebody up and beg them to do something they don't want to do. Please, please, please do this. Please do it. Please do it. Please be on time. Please do it. That's one phone call. The other phone call that says, you know that thing you wanted to do? Well, you don't get to do that. No, I'm not going to. No, you can't do it. No, we're not going to do it. It's a horrible job. My wife loves it. Rita loves it. Between that and writing and performing the song that's over that's actually one of the on the short list for the thing. That's what she lives for. But she was very nervous about. You're going to talk to her? I don't know
No,
if you
I don't
are.
think so.
She
Can you get
was,
me an interview?
She was nervous. I'll see what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I control.
I'll take her and
I
Truman.
control that. Yeah. I do that. She wasn't sure she wanted to do that because the director makes that final choice, and that could have been a very uncomfortable thing if he didn't like the song.
Well, they'll just cut you out if they don't like it.
That's
what my friend
happens.
told me.
I hope that happens on the Today Show too. If it's
I
not
wish
a
it
great
would.
moment, they'll cut it out.
No, it's live.
Cut to the weather.
Just
this
like
is
this.
not live.
This isn't.
Okay, well.
No, we
all
would
right.
put you on an 8-second delay in case you're gonna.
Hey, why?
curse.
Because I'm so cranky?
In case you might say screw
I
or
might say
something that we'd have to
screw
bleep
somebody.
out.
By the way, if you did that, what would be wrong with that? You know,
What, cutting
just,
it out?
Just bleep somebody. Just bleep, 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 bleep. Might
We've
be
had.
more
I think we've
interesting.
bleeped from time to time.
Oh, really?
But not for me, I don't think. Well, I might have once. But anyway, we digress.
Oh, well, I'll ask your crack staff.
One of your co-stars is a scruffy cat.
Schmegel the cat. I said right off the bat, you guys are insane to make this a cat. You're not taking over my bed. Cats are untrainable. Make it a dog, man. Dogs learn everything. Dogs will look at you when you're on the spot. Cats will only do exactly what they want to do. And it was true with Schmegel. It just so happened that he didn't mind making a movie after a while. He fled the set a couple of times in which everybody just freezes. And the animal folks say, they coast it back. But other times he laid right where he wanted to lay and looked at me the way he wanted to look at me. And he's a cat.
Diva, I think you've answered my question, which I was afraid would divide America. Tom Hanks, cat person or dog person?
Oh, I like him. Well, we had a dog. The only reason we
now
don't.
you're stammering. I know it's a very difficult question.
But screw this.
Bird.
It just so happens I'm married to somebody who is allergic to cats.
Okay.
So that takes the cat out of my responsibility.
Okay.
And we do have had plenty of dogs. I happen to enjoy them both, and we would probably lived in enough places we could have kept them separated. But with a lady allergic to cats, that's that.
Well,
Saved
by the bell.
Schmegel, and you can see Schmegel Bagel. There are plenty of times where I got to this place where an arm up underneath, and he's hanging there like that.
Yeah.
He seemed to be very, very comfortable in my hands.
Yeah,
in my arms,
and you
which
comfortable
I
with
like.
Schmegel as well.
Oh, I love Schmegel.
Yeah. Okay.
Good kitty cat.
we've bonded over the years over Hidden Heroes and helping veterans. I hear that you have a coffee
Yes.
for veterans.
Yes.
Hanks. Is
Right.
Hanks Coffee?
Hanx. Yes.
Hanx. Is it
It is.
a shot of
You have.
a shot of caffeine, or is it smooth and kind
I find
like the
that
real
there's
Tom
nothing.
Hanks?
Taking my cue from corporate America, I find that there's nothing wrong with trying to get people just to try just once a legal addictive stimulant
Yes.
that tastes good and that they might want to do it again. It is. I've worked with some really great, fabulous coffee roasters and suppliers down in Little Rock, Arkansas. And it is of coffee. Eventually, it will be. Right now, it's direct to consumers, but every single penny goes to support various veterans organizations.
I like that. Why the coffee business? It
'Cause
feels
I-
like every other celebrity's in some kind of alcohol business.
Well, okay. I don't want to be responsible for that. I would like to be responsible for people waking up and enjoying some good conversation with a cup of good fresh Joe. Various flavors. So if you want to get exotic, you can, but then if you just want a good solid blast of Morning Joe, I happen to like a little malt in my coffee. And the desire is just look. You're going to buy coffee, right? Well, sample ours. It's because I'm going to tell you right now. This is what I've always wanted. Hey, that's good coffee. That's what it'll do for it.
He never has a second cup at home.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, Savannah Guthrie. If a doctor said to me, Tom, you have to give up coffee, otherwise it's going to cost you your life, I would say bye-bye, because I am not living without a good cup of coffee.
100%. I have a friend at work who quit caffeine, and I said, why? Why would you take away one of life's simple pleasures?
Hello, that's like saying you shall never have spaghetti again. I'm not going to live on spaghetti,
No.
okay, but I'm going to have it on occasion.
How do I find that coffee?
Oh, you just go to hanksforourtroops.something. Right?
You're terrible at this.
Listen, I'm not a corporate sponsor. I'm just a guy that invented it. It's a totally different thing. They invented, yes.
Yeah.
I invented this coffee.
You invented coffee.
You see.
Not only is he nice, he invented coffee. What can't you do?
I invented the idea of getting up in the morning and having a cup of coffee.
Oh my God, on this shift, I need
Copyright.
it.
And
Are
also
you the
have
guy that bought the espresso machine for the White House press corps?
Yeah, I've been doing that for a few
Oh,
years.
it's so nice. It goes back to my days.
Is it still there? We should find.
Well, I
does
haven't
it still
been there
work?
in a while. It did, but that was I left in 2011.
I think we've done it like 3 times
Yeah,
down there
so
because
nice.
of the way it visited back.
Well,
the
now
first
you should
time.
send Hank's coffee.
Hello.
Okay, just saying.
It's all done. Hanks for our troops.
Thanks for our troops. Yes. I get it. Like Hank's like thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry.
Right.
I'm a little slow, but I got it now.
Okay.
Whew.
Well, you've been up since 4:30 in the morning.
4.
When do you first see your children?
In the afternoon when I pick them up from school.
Oh my!
I'm not going to
Lord.
wake them up at that hour. My husband would kill me.
Are you not sleeping in the car waiting for him to
Yeah,
come
but then
out?
I have a whole routine now, and I try to go home and take a power nap, and then I have another cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this,
Always a pleasure to see you,
honey. That is great coffee. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of
man,
asking
yeah,
who's your favorite
okay.
character you've ever played.
right.
unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
You get stuff done. Okay, you get stuff done. Has that been kind of the secret sauce? Because you're not here by accident, obviously. You're a talented human being. You've got all the things going for you. But how much did that play into your success?
I am goal-oriented. I am solution-oriented. I don't get stuck in a problem. I like to, figure it out. And I feel like when you can figure it out, then you move a lot faster than people who kind of get stuck. When I was younger, I would definitely get stuck. But I think being in the industry kind of teaches you that, survival of the fittest, and the only way you kind of survive is by actually doing the work and getting stuff done.
But it means you got to be confident in your voice. When did that come to you?
I think I didn't know any different when I started working first, because I was 17 or 18. I was a teenager, and to me, it didn't matter what I got paid. I was just happy to get the job. I was really happy to be in the mix. I was really happy to get, I was learning the craft. I'd never been to school, acting school or anything. So, my observations were just, what is everyone else doing around me? How can I learn? And I think that's something I still have. I'm a student of life. I don't expect that I know everything. So when I ask for something, it never comes from a place of, even now, it doesn't come from a place of I expect this done. It comes from a place of here's why it needs to be done. Mm-hmm. I come with reason, because I don't like being told no to. So I make the situation such that it's hard to say no, where I'll be like, this is why it's necessary. Here's why we should make the change. I'm not someone who likes conflict. I love collaboration. So I always make it, and that started very young. I feel like when you give people, I learned, and I tell young girls this, specifically girls, but mostly for young people, is confidence is not, it's self-taught.
Well, talk about, self-confidence from being a kid. You came to this country, I think you were 13. Most 13s, there's no more awkward or insecure or scared time in your life than that little window right there, yet somehow you had the moxie to come here. You had the moxie to say, I want to try this. That's big confidence for a kid that age.
It was. I don't know if I had the confidence. I think I just didn't know any better. I was just really excited about going to America, because to me, American high schools were like, Beverly Hills 90210 or like Saved by the Bell. We had to wear uniforms because the socioeconomic background of most children is very different. So to create uniformity in school, it's mandatory to have uniforms. Whereas in America, you could wear whatever you want. Plus, I was also in a girls' school till I was in the 12th grade. So the added benefit of, being around boys was very enticing at that point.
Yes. So wait, were you, I was always embarrassed about boys and dating at that age. I always wondered, would anyone even look my way? What did you feel like when you were that age?
I liked looking. I didn't know I could do anything about it, but I kind of I went to boarding school when I was in third grade. My mom sent me to boarding school because my parents they had just, exited the army, and they were setting up their own private practice. And when I went there as a baby, but when I came back to my parents' home and went back to my school, I was like, I'm a woman. You haven't lived. You still live with your parents. I went to boarding school. I lived by myself. I had this with my classmates, I had this crazy sense of confidence when I would tell them what happens when you don't have adults supervising you. And they used to look up at me as if I had had this magical experience at Narnia, which was inaccurate. I just kind of made it up. And I realized, I think, looking back, I think a lot of confidence comes from, I don't like to say fake it till you make it, because I don't believe in faking anything. I think talking to yourself and having a dialogue with yourself which hypes you to be what you need to be is a very healthy thing. And I think in different phases of my life, I kind of taught myself or learned how to be my own hype girl. And it kind of helped me navigate many really crazy situations, like especially coming to America at 13. And
did you have friends? Did you feel a part of something, or?
Eventually I made friends, but in the beginning, this is the first, say 3 or 4 weeks when I didn't know anyone, and I used to the vending machine was easy. I preferred my own environment because I just didn't understand how to navigate hallways, how to find homeroom, how to go to a cafeteria, how do you grab a tray. All that was new for me. So I think I observed for the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then I got the confidence because I had seen what kids do. I got the confidence to walk into the cafeteria, and I was like, all right, now I know what to do. I'm not going to look like an idiot.
Did you ever feel, I mean, I felt this way when I was in school for much of my life. My parents came here from Egypt, and they wanted us to be red, white, and
How
blues.
old were you?
I was born in the States, but they came here as newlyweds, and my brother, sister, and I were all born here. But somehow you always are kind of different. Like, I remembered playing Spin the Bottle when I was probably in 6th grade, and I was praying it would land on Todd, and it did. And when he looked at me when it landed, he said, I think that's going too far. And I'll never forget it. It was like a knife in my heart because I had dreamt of that moment. But it kind of reminded me that sometimes you aren't quite in with the other kids, and that kind of underscored it for me. I didn't know what your experiences were like in school. Did you feel like you fit or not?
No, I didn't think I ever fit. And I don't know if it had to do with me being Indian or it had to do with me being non-American. I think that's kind of what it was. I was an immigrant kid. I spoke differently. I tried to fit in a lot. I changed a lot of my identity when I was in 9th grade to kind of fit in. I was in Queens for a short period, like a couple of semesters, because my aunt, who I was living with, was moving around. And living in New York just in 9th grade made me realize that the world is not just one type of people. There are so many different kinds of people. And then after that, when I moved around, I kind of had an arsenal of that, you know, if you're made to feel isolated, it's not kind of true, because Queens was like this incredible melting pot of like people from Ethiopia to people from like Afghanistan to like, in my own block, I met like people from everywhere in the world. It was incredible. But I never felt like I fit into school because I came from a conservative family. You know, my family wasn't about, you can go out at 9, you can date boys, like that stuff didn't exist. So, and that was very different. And I had to kind of explain it, why I can't talk to boys. So that would be really embarrassing, even though I was someone who liked the attention, even though I was someone who liked to wear makeup. And I would come back home dressed in whatever I went to school in. But when I went to school, I would change it to like the shortest shorts and crop tops and, you know, do all of that stuff. But trying to fit in is such a big part of being a teenager that I think I did the same thing. But I remember my crush was Seth, and he had green hair, and this was me, and he never knew I existed. I may have mustered up the courage to say hi once, and that was the only time he looked at me, and he just smiled and walked away. But he was never in my league. And I absolutely understand what you felt. But the fact that he smiled at me or even looked at me when I said hi, or I think I passed him a pencil or something, he was in front of me, but he looked at me and my day was made.
There's so many things that shaped you and formed who you are. As you're talking, you're someone who uses your hands, and I love that. And of course, you've got a tattoo I see that says, Daddy's Little Girl. And I was thinking about you and that moment and what an impact your father has had on you in your lifetime. And we have a lot in common. My dad passed away too. I was in college when it happened to me, but I remembered thinking like, thank you. I remembered wondering one day, and I asked myself this question too, what did you lose that day? So what did you lose the day your father passed?
I think I lost my greatest cheerleader. I felt like that for the longest time. And don't get me wrong, my mom was cheering me all the way. And, she handles my whole life when I'm out to work. Like she's with the baby right now while I'm talking to you, and makes my life completely amazing and has been my mentor from when I was a kid. But my dad was my cheerleader. He used to get so excited if I ever won an award, if I signed a new movie. He was my hype guy. He would love just standing and watching me be, on set, just being me. He just loved that. He would just want to be around to watch me do what I do. And that was a very isolating feeling when he left. I kind of was very disoriented. I felt like, I don't know how to cheer myself on. I didn't know how to get excited. I went into a really dark place because I was very, very close to my father. Cancer is a really bad disease. To see the deterioration of a human being. And my father was a Defense Army man. He used to wear his uniform and ride in his bike and handsome, tall, and life of a party. And then to see what that disease did to him in his last few days kind of really broke me as well. But I felt like I had lost my cheerleader. I think that's what I lost that day.
A lot of us go through life and we always compare someone who we fall in love with our fathers. I think it's a natural way that we go through life. You need someone who measures up somehow. Well, look at you. You found this wonderful, wonderful man. What was it about him, and what is it about your love story that you think makes this so magical and makes it work?
He's my cheerleader. He's the most secure man I've ever been with. He gets extremely excited at my wins. He takes off my extensions at the end of the night. He fixes my dress when I walk off stage and makes sure it looks right when I'm on the carpet. He brings me my coffee first thing in the morning. He's all the things that, a girl dreams of, and you kind of never end up having it when, you have all of those aspirations and you're let down. But my husband is the kindest, most generous, gentle, thoughtful man, and also extremely intelligent and patient. He's just so even-tempered, can handle any kind of thing thrown at him, and also has the ability to be vulnerable with me, honest and vulnerable about his fears, I think just having the honesty to be able to say anything to your person and know that nothing can faze them, and they're still with you and will still grab your hand when you walk out the door, no matter what happens to you, is a very safe feeling. And I feel safe with my husband. I wish that for everyone.
I feel like sobbing right now, although I'm not going to because it would be weird. But by the way, that's so beautiful. And what I like is whether love takes time or whether love happens in an instant, when you know. And you guys were like Whirlwind City. And here you sit with a beautiful baby and a beautiful relationship. I guess it's just the way it was intended.
Our relationship has only evolved. You're right, because we didn't know each other very well. We didn't know each other's lives and temperaments, but we knew that there was something that just drew us together. Wherever we went, we just we were just drawn to each other. I knew him for almost 2 years before we started dating. And I've said this before, but honestly, I didn't give it much of a chance because, I was like, he's 25 years old. He's a rock star. Like, I want to get married. I want to settle down. I want to have a baby. I was 35 at the time. And I was like, I've been there and done the fun thing. Like, now I'm in a place where I wanted stability. And I didn't give Nick enough credit till I went out with him on our first date. And then we spent like the whole evening together. And I realized my husband is just like an old soul. He's stability in human form.
Baby Malti, which is like, I don't know how you can improve upon what is it looks like a beautiful, perfect life, but that's how you do it right there. That little baby, first of all, that baby tested you. When that baby came into the world, it was scary, and the baby needed love, care, and all of your prayers and everything. What were those initial days like when Malti was born?
This is another really amazing example of the strength that my husband has. I kind of like shut down. When we heard, I didn't know how to react. And I remember he just held me by my shoulders and he said, and I said, just tell me what to do because I don't know what to do. And he's like, just get into the car with me. Just change, get into the car with me. And we drove to the NICU. We drove to the hospital. She was born. And from the moment she took her first breath to now, she's never been without one of us, ever. We used to divide our days because we were both working, if I would take the morning shift and stay in the ICU with her for like 6 or 7 hours, we used to do skin to skin because the nurses, in a NICU, they did God's work. And they really encouraged us to be very hands-on with her, even though she was so tiny. She was in the hospital for about 110 days. And then Nick would come in the evening and I would go home and then he would spend like 5-6 hours with her. I don't think it was our test. I think it was her test. I realized very, very early that I did not have the luxury to be scared or to be weak, because she was scared and she was weak. And I had to be her strength as her mom. I needed to make her feel at every given moment that she's not alone, that she has someone who can handle her, that we've got her. And that's all we did. And we prayed and we were there with her every single moment. And today she's the greatest gift of our lives. And just like our whole lives revolve around her.
Oh my gosh, I love the name Malti. that just come out
It's
of
my
the
mom's
blue?
middle name.
It's your mom's middle name? Oh my God.
It's my mom's middle name is Malti, and his mom's middle name is Marie, so she's called Malti Marie.
Malti Marie. How beautiful. And she's with you right now?
Yeah, she's asleep with my mom, actually.
Of course. I love the idea that she's never been without you. When you finally were able to bring Malti home, out of the NICU into your house, and you were finally a family in a, in your home in a normal setting, what was that like for you?
Oh, it was terrifying because being a NICU parent, you really get used to the monitor. And NICU parents watching this will understand that. Like, your child is alive because you can see their heartbeat. I couldn't sleep for days because now suddenly she was home without a monitor. I used to put my ear on her chest. I would wake up every couple of, minutes to just see if she's okay. For weeks this went on till I found a camera that could do it. And then I was like, I can sleep better because I can see her heartbeat.
Wow, I love it. You know what? It's so crazy when I think about your life because it has all the facets. You are a beautiful mom and a loving wife. And then in the show Citadel, you're like kicking ass. Like every woman is like, yes, like I want to have that kind of moxie. I mean, is there a part of you who has that kind of stuff inside you, like your character does in Citadel?
Did you just throw a knife at me? I think so. I'm from the land of India. I'm from the land of Gandhi. I believe in nonviolence, but I could take someone on. I'm pretty sure of that.
I mean, you're
I don't want
strong,
to.
girl. You're strong too. I mean, how do you have seriously the time to do all of the different things? How do you parse that out?
I used to burn the candle on both ends. I won't lie. When I first started my 20s, I'd never even taken a vacation for 10 years because, I was greedy. I was like, I want to do everything. I don't want someone else to have this part. If I would schedule my days in a way where I could do 4 movies a year because I wanted to do everything. I was just hungry. And then slowly I realized that just chipped away at my soul. I didn't know who I was. I didn't have preferences, likes, dislikes. Everything was just my work. And that's fine because I'm extremely blessed to have an incredible career and for almost 23 years now. And, our jobs are not the most stable. Like, I don't know where, as an actor, you don't know where your next paycheck is coming from. You just have to get to the next job. So I've managed all right for almost 2 decades. But in the beginning, it was crazy. After that, in my 30s, I think I realized that the thing that they say about work-life balance actually is a real thing. And now I've reached a point where I work till it's bath time at about 7 o'clock. And then after that, I'm not available. That's my time with my family. We do bath time, story time, bedtime, and then it's Nick and my time, whether we go out, whether we have friends over, whether we just sit together and watch a movie. Like, having family time it just makes me want to do and conquer the world when I wake up and do a million things, and I can do them really well because I know that I come back home to my family. And that's such a priority to me now.
fill your spirit?
I love reading. I love traveling. When I travel, I love observing. I love culture. They say when in Rome, I really am a believer of that. Wherever in the world I go, I eat local food in every country I go to. And I'm kind of training my daughter how to do that too. She's extremely, her palate is very global. From Korean barbecue to pasta to Indian food, she's great. But my spirit gets filled with people, travel, culture, laughs, jokes, community, good times, a table full of food and family and friends. It's truly what fulfills my soul. But also being able to go to work and, when people watch my work, for them to say, wow, I can't believe you did that. Even after all of these years, it's the most satisfying thing to me when my work is appreciated by the people that I work with and the audiences that watch my work. Like, that really fulfills my spirit because I put a lot of myself in my job.
You seem so comfortable in your own skin, like you know exactly who you are, you know exactly what you want and why you want it. Being comfortable in our bodies is sometimes a different thing. It takes years sometimes. Some people go to their grave and they're never comfortable. They just want to be in a muumuu and hide. When was your most difficult challenges with your body and how you perceived it, and how do you feel now in your own skin?
I think the 30s were kind of tumultuous for me when it came to my body, because as you grow, your body's changing. I was going from this 20s body, which is, metabolism is at its highest, and then you reach your mid-30s and you're like, oh, I can't skip a meal and it'll just look great. Like, you can't do that. You can't just work out for 4 days and come back to your pre-vacation body. But I think that, the standards of beauty in the industry are, especially for women, extremely skewed. And I've spoken about this tremendously. But my dad passed away. I had moved countries. I'd come to America. I was filming Quantico at that time. I didn't have many friends. I was in New York. I felt a lack of community. I would emotionally eat. I would just emotionally drink. I wasn't taking care of myself in the best possible way. And it had nothing to do with how people perceived me, but I perceived myself as not the best version of myself. And it was a really tough time for me to be able to say, all right, I'm going to, do what's good for my body, because emotionally I wasn't there. And I think that's okay. I've thought about that phase in my life a lot, and my body needed to mourn. My heart needed to mourn. And yeah, I needed pizzas to do it. So I allowed myself to do that. Pizza and a bottle of wine and a movie. My heart needed it. I did it for a while. And then I reached a point where I knew that, bottom had been hit. And now the only way was up. And I started taking one step and another step. Maybe going to the gym 2 times, or maybe even walking for breakfast, or starting to find my health again, my mental and physical health, trying to reach out to friends. Friends had stopped inviting me to things because I would never go. I just wanted to go home and just hide. And then slowly I would say yes, or I would reach out to someone. I started choosing myself instead of the darkness that is seductive and that kind of reaches out for you sometimes. And that can happen to anyone, anytime. As soon as you choose what's good for you and stop waiting for somebody else to be, that hand to pull you out of it, it's a very powerful thing.
You're unbelievable. I swear, that was so awesome. We're crying over here, okay? We're crying over here. We have people in our room crying. Priyanka, thank you so much. Thanks for the time. Thanks for staying up late. Thanks for being amazing. Thank you.
For 11 seasons, we, like millions of others, felt like welcome patrons at a downstairs downtown bar in Boston. The Laughter.
Coach, what's the expiration date on these?
Yes, please.
The romance.
We have sunk as low